Press 1 in the chat. Press 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Press 1 in the chat. Press 1 in the chat if you can hear the music. Press 1 in the chat if you can hear the music. Press 1 in the chat if you can hear the music. Yeah! Yeah! Okay. Y'all know how we do it in here. Y'all know how we do it in here. If you know you organic to the earth, put the gloves up. Put them gloves up, y'all. Y'all know how we do it in here now. We got to keep the vibration high and lit. You feel me? Come on, put them gloves up. Put the gloves up. If the sun is your friend, baby, you better put them suns up. You better put them suns up. You better put them suns up. If you know your family been here, your bloodline been here, you was here since it was one landmass, baby. I need you to put them feathers up. I need you to put them feathers up. I need you to put them feathers up. Let's go. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We got to keep the vibrations high. Oh, high. Oh, high. We're going to get the thing started in a little bit. We finna get into these charts. We finna get into these charts. You heard me. Let me get my microphone together. I'm trying to get my life together, y'all. Bear with your girl. Bear with your girl. How y'all feeling today? How y'all doing today? You got your girl SHA BLYSS in the building. SHA BLYSS, a.k.a. Mama T. SHA BLYSS, a.k.a. Mama T. We in the building. Hey. You gonna see me in a minute, boo. I'm trying to get some things together. Give me a minute. Stop rushing me. I know I'm late to my own party. You know how we do. We on CP time, baby. We on CP time. We call that cosmic people time. You heard me? All right, I'm about to get on in here. About to hook up this microphone. About to turn down this music. But I just want to get the vibes right. Get everybody in here. Get everybody in here. Get everybody in here. About to put this mic on. How y'all doing? How's everybody out there doing? All right. All right. You know. Listen, I want to thank everybody for coming on out here rocking with me tonight because we finna get into some things. You feel me? Hey! The party is over here. What is you talking about? The party is over here. What is you getting talking about? What is y'all talking about? All right, check it out, y'all. I put a link on the screen. This is for you if you want to get on in here. You want to get on in here and get your little reading done. Now, there's going to be rules to this thing. I'm not going to be doing the whole reading for you, the whole shout. But if you do want a reading, please feel free to scroll down below. I told y'all in my past life I used to be a DJ. If I don't get to you and you wanted to book a reading with me, please, www.sacredtea.net, astrological consultations. And also for the show, I'm going to be doing a little special. If I don't get to you, give you 11% off if you want to book with me to get your consultation. Now, we're going to focus on one thing today. We're going to focus on where the eclipse is falling in your chart and what it might mean for you. Okay, we're going to dive in. So please know your birth date, the time of birth, and the city and state you were born. Also, matter of fact, the city and state that you're in now. City and state that you're in now. That might be a little bit more accurate for how things may manifest over the next 3, 6, 9, and even 12 months. So go ahead and sign up in there, y'all. Click that link on the screen if you wanted to get a reading tonight, astrological consultation pertaining to solar eclipse and what it might mean to you. All right. So let me get back in here with y'all. Let me get back in here with the peeps. See what's going on. How y'all doing though? How's everything going in the world with y'all? A lot of shit happening, ain't it? A lot of shit happening. Let me put this mic on. I'm about to get real. We're going to talk about some things that we don't want everybody to know. But everybody finna know. Yeah, peace, everybody. I want to say shout out to y'all. Thank you. I'm glad you're doing already. Oh, good. Grow, glow. I like that name. Grow and glow, glow and grow. Glow, grow, grow, glow. Peace, Cherokee. What's up? What's up, Veronica? Peace, Christy Terry. Peace, Carbon Queen. Peace, Howard Johnson. Peace to Marciano. Peace, Mills Gotta Move. That's my homegirl right there. Mills Gotta Move is in the building. Peace, Kimberly Eagle. Peace, Letitia Jones. Veronica Walton, the chief. The chief of the chief ambassador is in the building. Shout out to the chief ambassador. Oh man, it's good to see you know, we got our own thing, Lionsgate. Yo, you know what, Lionsgate? You know, I'm glad that you showed up because I was going through some old videos, some old pictures today on my phone, and I was looking at the alignment. You know, Mama T was born during the Lionsgate of 2023, right? The week before, that whole week, this like 3 weeks window with this Lionsgate, and the week before it, she was born because I was looking at the first video I ever made with her with the filter on. No one even really seen it. It was on the SHA BLYSS TikTok page. It wasn't on the Mama T page. And I looked at the date. I was like, wow. So that was around the time of the Lionsgate. And here you come with your Lionsgate name sale. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Synchronicity. Shout out to that. Now, I'm trying to figure out. Now, I know this link is where people call in, but I don't see nobody. Let me see. I wonder if I got the right. Hold up. Do I got the right link on here? Hold up. You know what, y'all? I apologize. That ain't even the link to invite you people up on here. No wonder why nobody in the building. Hey, let me correct this. I apologize. I so apologize. What is that on? That is not even the link. That's all incorrect. Let me edit this. Put the right shit in there so that people come on in here and rock and roll with your girl, SHA BLYSS, aka Mama T. All right, y'all. My bad. That's the link. That's the correct link. If you want to call in, you want to get on and get a little astrological consultation and me answering one question of where the solar eclipse will be in your chart and what it may mean for you and what might unfold in the months to come. Because this thing ain't going to be overnight, y'all. This thing ain't going to happen overnight. It's going to progress. This thing's going to happen. So, you know, they all prepping. They doing all of this thing, all of this hype. Not saying that nothing will happen, but 9 times out of 10, either they're going to create something or it's all about stirring up emotions. Because you know what happens when they stir up emotions? It moves markets. Okay? And they make money. You lose it, but they make, and tell me, everybody stock up on this and that, stock up on this and that. It's like, then you go get all of this stuff. So, you know, you're boosting money. And then some of them is like price gouging and shit. A bottle of water costs $100. You know what I'm saying? It's about money because the United States it's a capitalistic country. So it moves in that kind of way. So they move on emotion, and emotion move markets. Stocks will go up, stocks will go down, crypto will go up, crypto will go down because of all the different other planetary energies that's involved with this eclipse and what it's doing, what it's triggering. And best believe these corporations got their checkbooks open for your deposits. You feel me? All right, y'all. Enough of the party, and we're going to get down a bit. Look at the lines, Lee. We got people in the building already. That's what's up. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, one question, y'all. One question. Please work with me, because there's a lot of people on the line. I'm trying to get to as many people as possible, but if I'm not able to get to you and you still want to book an astrological consultation with me, no, we could talk about it. And I'm going to be dropping a coupon code towards the end of the show if you wanted to go ahead and book with me. If you're watching the show, you're going to get a code for the show. And you can utilize that to book your appointment. Save you some coins. Feel me? Save some coins. We was on TikTok not too long ago. I told everybody from TikTok, come on over here. TikTok got its own vibe. That's my heart. That's my baby. That's where I started out. That's what really took Mama T off, set her off on this thing, all these platforms. And when they decide to remove TikTok or take TikTok away, you know I got a plan B. So stay tuned for the Mama T podcast. Okay, because I know you all love seeing her face, and I do use artificial intelligence. And if that has to go away, I'm gonna still utilize the voice and the power of the voice of Mama T. And we're gonna have a podcast. So stay tuned for that. And make sure you subscribe to me on YouTube, because you're gonna get a lot more content will be on this platform. All right, y'all. I am full. Listen, some of us is trying to enter the studio, but the studio was full. I got 10 people. And this is probably the limit. All right, because I ain't upgrading. I ain't upgrading this thing. Shit. See all these prices, everything going up. You want me to upgrade? Everything's an upgrade. Upgrade. Y'all getting some upgrade in your raises? Ain't nobody get a raise yet, did they? Anybody get a raise since that stimulus state was dropping on everybody? All right, well, enough of the foolishness and the finagling and the carrying on. We're going to get to these people. We're going to get to the calls, and we're going to find out what's going on. But once again, thank you all for showing up. I appreciate y'all. I'm not going to be able to pay attention to the chat. I don't even know if I got moderators. I don't even know how it worked. But I don't, folks say behaving themselves. Soul Tribe, get in their ass. Make them run or leave. Make them run them up out of here. But you have my permission to do so. So enter at your own risk, folks. Enter at your own risk. I ain't got no beehive, baby, but I got a soul tribe. And we roll thick and heavy. We elevate the minds with consciousness, and we do not walk in fear. We walk in power, right? We awake. We walk with our ancestors. We know that God lives in us. And very interesting. Jesus is black. He had to pull out the stop, man. He opened up the vault. Jesus like, hey. But y'all knew this. What you want, Bubba? Y'all knew this. Didn't y'all know this? Y'all should have known this. If Jesus was black, then what color was his mama? We ain't getting in there. I promise I'm going to be good today. I promise. Mama T be an inch away, though. Just an inch away. All right, y'all, we finna do this thing. All right, we finna do it. So let me expand my window. Close this chat. I'm gonna open up this screen. We're gonna get the party started, and we are going to invite the first caller on. All right, let's see. Where she is at? We're gonna do here. We're gonna bring on Monique. Monique is in the building. What's happening, boo? How you doing today?
Hey, hi, beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Mama. How are you? How are you doing today?
I'm blessed.
Ashe. Well, thank you. I appreciate you for showing up, being a part of this fabulous night. What time is it where you at?
10:20 p.m.
Damn, that's late. So I'm going to tell you a little story, and then we're going to get into this thing. So I woke up I do consultations throughout the week, and I noticed some people were late, or either I was late, and I don't know what was going on. And so I'm getting online, like, where's everybody at? They're not showing up, and then, or they come, where are you at? And I'm like, well, what time is it? So in the United States, you do the daylight savings time. Mm-hmm. So the place where I'm at, they don't do that. And so you guys are now like, used to be just an hour ahead of me. Now you're 2 hours ahead of me. And I'm like, this is going to be a problem, because I'm still on a certain timeline. And the sister it was like 4 o'clock. And I said, your appointment was it's 5 o'clock your time, 4 o'clock my time. She said, well, it's 6 o'clock here. I said, oh my God, that shit is crazy. I apologize. I didn't know it was so late. But we're going to get to this thing, because I know folks, tomorrow's Sunday. Y'all going to church tomorrow? Y'all can hang out with me. Y'all can
I
hang
don't
out
do
with me a
church.
little. I know that's right, girl. Be the church, the body, the church. Body's the church. You should have that inside you already. All right. So, are you familiar with astrology at all?
Not very much. I've been trying since I've been following you. I've been trying to get into it a little bit. I
Okay.
actually pulled up my birth chart, but I'm not familiar enough. I don't have enough understanding to understand what I'm reading.
Okay. No, that's not a
Yeah.
problem. So it's all symbol. It's all about. So astrology, when you're looking at the charts, they break everything down into symbols, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it'll
Yeah.
be the symbols of the sign or the symbols of the planets. Then you see all these other lines involved. Well, the lines involved are how the planets are communicating with each other. All right. And we call those aspects. And however they're communicating, whatever the planet represents, and the type, it depends on the type of conversation that they're having. We express that in our behavior or through interactions with other people or our characteristics and things of that nature. So we just really are reflections of everything that's above us. Okay, you the star, baby, you the star, you the galaxy, you the universe, all
Right.
embodied into this. You the star that manifested in the flesh. We gonna leave that right there. Okay, let me pull up. Let me share my screen. Get this. Who's this little child over here looking at me? I saw that little baby in the pink. What's your name, boo? I see you. She was all like this. Who is that? Oh, children are funny. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen. Let me know if you can see it.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, good. So let me have your birthday.
11/15,
Oh, November.
19 November.
So we just gonna start with a Scorpio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Liz, this kind of night. All right. What year were you born?
1961,
1961. What time were you born?
12:33 p.m.
Now we're gonna do it like this. What city and state are you in now?
Columbus, Ohio.
Oh shit! They playing my jam. I'm sorry. Music. I gotta have it. I got to have
No,
it.
that's right.
All right. So I am actually. So we're gonna put the date to April 8th. And we're going to see what this is doing for you. Let me turn this down. Let me get serious because life is serious right now for this moment. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen. So we all know that the solar eclipse is happening in the astrological sign of Aries, right? So, well, hold on. Let me change up because I do sidereal astrology. So sidereal astrology sometimes is Vedic astrology, and the timeline is moved, or the position of the planets is where they actually are in the sky. But we're going to do tropical for tropical sense or things. But eventually soon, I'm going to be switching over totally to sidereal because where they actually are. But we're going to do it like this. So we all know on April 8th, and that's my great grandmother's birthday, this solar eclipse will be in the zodiac sign of Aries. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, which represents, it's a cardinal sign. So it will be something that is initiated, or it will be something that you start, or self-starter, or there's some form of action that needs to be taking place with Aries energy. Aries is also represents the self or the body, right? Or the head, actually. People who are headstrong. That's why the ram is always ramming his head, right? Because that is the totem for Aries, is the ram. So, but Aries is also a fire sign, right? So fire is activation. Fire needs movement. Fire, or it can be destructive, or you can utilize it as a tool. Okay. Aries is also enterprising, right? So all of this is going to be the theme. Um, but Aries is also the sign of war or conflict because it's ruled by the planet Mars. Now we're going to see what your Mars is doing, what it's doing with the moon and the sun and the placement of where it is. And we're going to see how this may be manifested for you. Okay. So this eclipse will be happening in your third house for you, the house of siblings, the house of communication, the house of neighbors, the house of negotiation, the house of communication, the house of cars, how you commute, things of that nature. So those will be the focal areas of something that may change within the next 3, 6 to 9 months. The area that may be affected in the next 3, 6 to 9 months. Now, also, Mercury will be going retrograde at the same time. So, Mercury going retrograde in your third house will be focusing a lot more on communications. We'll be focusing a lot more on maybe automobiles and things of that nature, your cars, or your thought processes. You might change how you think about certain things. It's also the house of learning. You may change up what you learn, what you're going to start embarking upon. It's the house of lower education, no. So it will be more of day-to-day things that may change up for you. Are you doing anything in your community? Are you going through anything with any siblings of yours? Or is there anything that you're doing where you're learning something? Are you writing something? Are you building something in communication? Is this any of this thing is being activated with you?
Not really. I mean, but I do have like an older sibling that I didn't know that she existed until she was my father's child. I didn't find out about her until my parents were deceased, probably close to 20 years ago now. So she's held a lot of resentment because my father wasn't there. So me trying to open up my life and invite her in kind of became a conflict because she was trying to take her animosity and her resentment that she was holding from her childhood, I guess, out on me because my dad's no longer here for her to, lash out at. So that relationship kind of fell apart because I was like, no, we can't keep repeating the same conversation because I don't like your energy. I don't like how you're treating me. So that was a sibling conflict that took place.
Okay, so your third house ruler is Mars. I'm seeing Mars sitting out here at the top of the chart in 1 degree Sagittarius, but it's making what we call a T square with Pluto and the moon. And it's conjunct your south node, right? And the moon represents all the women in your life, or it could be your mom, it could be your daughter, or it could be a sister. Okay. And with this T square with Pluto, this is a deep seated there's some anger. There is some resentment that's going on. It's a secret. There's some kind of secret because Pluto was in the eighth house of secrets in Virgo. How can this be manifested? Well, due to the fact that your third house ruler is Mars, it's something that needs to be taken action. All right. There's something that needs to be done in regards to that. So with Mars being in the 10th house, this can affect you publicly. This can affect your name. So I would be very mindful of how this interaction is going with this moon energy, because it will be making a sextile, meaning there's opportunity there, or there's opportunity that may be happening in regards to that with a woman that, but it's in Aquarius, so y'all might be friends. Like this shit might turn around where you all might become friends because your moon is in Aquarius that rules friendship. It's in the south node, so there's something from the past that may need to be rectified or transformed with that Pluto energy and that Mars. See, Mars and Pluto get a bad rap because they're ruled by Scorpio. Right. But Scorpio is about transformation or getting to the root of the problem of what's going on. There's something that you need to go down subconsciously or face the shadow side or whatever dark secret that there is and bring it out to the front. And Mars is confrontation. Right. And this is Sagittarius. Is your sister from a foreign place? Or is she or is she in a foreign land, or is she
No,
domestic?
she's here. She actually lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Her mother, I know her last name is Lightfoot. Her mother is half Indian. I'm not sure what tribe they're from. Um,
Well, with
but
Mercury being retrograde in that third house of us, that could be something that needs to be reconciled with a sibling. There may be some kind of confrontation that may be going on in regards to that. All right, some verbal confrontation or something that needs to be said or something that y'all going to be talking about or building. That could be one way that could be playing out because it's in the third house of siblings. Okay. And
okay.
since you brought up the thing about the your sister, well, and then the first thing I wanted to do was look at the moon, and the moon is has an aspect, a square with your Mars. That's a when you have Mars and the moon energy, it's like people, it's emotional, it's anger, right? It's
Yeah.
passion, okay, and it's a T square. A T square forces you to take action. And we're talking about Aries energy, where there's something that needs to be taking place. There's an action that needs to be done. There may be confrontation that may be happening in regards to that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be mindful of how things play out with you and your sister. Like I said, eclipses is changes. That thing may reverse. It may change.
Yeah,
So
I'm hoping
something else
so.
might be
Cause
might.
I didn't want to cut her off, but she was like beating me up, man. I was like, no,
You
no,
know,
no.
Mars takes the initiative as well. Like Mars is the one that will set it off. Or y'all might go to war. Goddamn, because Mars is the planet of war. And so is Aries. But Pluto, right, in the eighth house, that's secret. Whatever that is that's hidden or deliberately hidden, or that's different that you need to work that out because it's in Virgo. All right. There's something that needs to be worked. You got to get to the root. And this is from a past, right? This is because it's conjunct
Yeah.
the South Node. This is a past um it could be a form of trauma or a crisis or something that's
Mm-hmm.
going on that's causing emotional turmoil or a
Mm-hmm.
lot of anger and resentment, but this can be an opportunity to transmute that, to transform that, to change that.
Okay.
Okay, or you'll be dealt with this. It's going to be maybe brought up more often within the next 3 6 to 12 months, hopefully within the next 12 months. Let's see, 3 months, 1 2 3. Yeah, 1 2 3, the sun will be in Cancer dealing with family. Okay,
Okay.
all right, 3 4 5 6, and it will be in Virgo conjuncting that Pluto, giving an opportunity. Well, you're going to be dealing with something in the subconscious mind or that secret or something that's hidden in the eighth house. And then again, 1 2 3, when it comes and it starts to get into the 10th house of Scorpio, which is aspecting that Pluto in the eighth, which is Scorpio's house, meaning that there's some sort of confrontation, something that needs to come to the surface. This thing is going to come out, whatever it is that's been suppressed.
Okay.
You may be faced to deal with that or confront that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. I don't like conflict. I don't like conflict, but
It may
yeah,
not have to
sometimes
be in a conflict manner, but I mean, Mars is,
yeah, and she's
Mars
stubborn.
is
But
Mars
she's
is
a
this
Taurus,
precise,
so
very. Oh, she's a Taurus.
mm-hmm.
Well, Mars energy is very. It can be quick, but Mars likes to cut to the quick type of energy, and it's not
Yeah.
really a planet of tact. So it can be a little abrasive. And this T square, hold up, this T square you got. Let me pull the screen back up because I had closed it. This T square alone shows a lot of anger or resentment and it's something that's hidden in the subconscious. So how would this work? But like I said, eclipses change, reverse things. So
Okay.
depending upon how it's confronted, let's hope it changes for the better.
Mm-hmm. Can only hope.
Can only hope. That would be
Yeah,
on the people that's involved, though. That would be on the people now, because Taurus is stubborn. And depending upon what
exactly.
all her thing is doing, is stubborn and they're very
Mm-hmm.
willful. And Aries is hot headed. So But this is where you are. You know, something's telling me maybe I should stick with the natal. I'm gonna do something right quick. Let me go back here. I'm gonna change
Okay.
something real quick. Let me edit this. I want to go to the city and state you were born.
Washington, Pennsylvania.
Oh, where the hell is it?
It's at the top.
Oh,
Washington County,
Cumberland
the
County.
second one.
Okay, got you.
Washington County.
Oh, Washington County. All right, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see something. Let me see something here. What you're natally born with. But shit, it ain't really no different. It's still gonna be in the third house. It's still the same thing. Your
Okay.
chart didn't change that. Your chart didn't change much at all. It's still going to be about the first house, the you, the self. Um, well, Aquarius energy, that moon is distant. Hmm. You never know. But it's going to be surrounding her. The theme might be whatever it is that you're dealing with a sibling. That will be that's going to be the theme of the eclipse. And
Okay.
you're thinking about whatever this is with your sister, or something community, um, commuting, contracts, negotiations, whatever, something that's said, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Up there. So yeah, that would be the focal point. I would be looking at that,
Okay.
right? One of the things, not the only thing. That's just one of the things that we see.
Okay.
Okay. All right, dear.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
You are so welcome. You enjoy the rest of your day, and I am going to bring on the next caller. All right. So thank you, sis. I appreciate you.
Okay. So let
All
me
right.
try to exit. What do I do?
All right. I think I can remove you.
Okay.
All right. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. How y'all doing out there? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing in the chat? How's everybody doing in the chat? Y'all can't be dropping your stuff in the chat room. I ain't gonna be able to get to all of that. All right, we're gonna move on to the next one. Terry, Miss Terry, welcome to the stage. We're gonna keep this thing moving because I promised to get off of here at a certain time. How are you
Hello.
doing, Miss Terry?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm fantabulous. Thank you for asking.
You look good.
Oh, thank you, sister. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So tell me what's going on with you.
Um, just moving along with life, trying to get it right. So, hopefully, I'm trying to make some moves to open our people's eyes to some of these things that are going on in the world, and I'm just trying to make my mark and make sure that I do my part.
Yes,
I'm here
ma'am.
for a reason, and I just got to make sure that I'm doing what it is that I'm supposed to do.
Ashe. 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 Okay. Well, I am going to go ahead and get to these charts and let me have your birthday.
September the 14th, 1967.
And the hour you were born, the time you were born.
12:01 a.m.
Look at you at the strike of midnight. What's really going on around here? Virgo. You said 1967?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the birth town?
My birth town is Florida,
Where
Jacksonville.
are you now?
I'm in Arizona.
Let's do Arizona. What part of Arizona are you in?
I am in a little small town called, you might as well say Phoenix. I'm in a little small town called Fountain Hills. But Phoenix is the larger part of Arizona.
Okay. All right, just so I'm going to share the screen and I want you to tell me. You can see it. Give me 1 second. Change this date. All right. Let's see. Present this. Okay, let me know if you can see the screen.
It is coming up. There it is.
All right, you see it? All right,
Mm-hmm.
so let's see. For you, the same thing. Everything is going to be in the zodiac of the sign of Aries, but where the house it falls in, it's going to be totally different. For you, it's falling in Pisces in the 10th house. This has to do with your career, public life, what you do for your name, your public image. And this is about this. You see the North Node is sandwiched right in the between. This is what makes it a eclipse. Whenever the North, can you see my mouse?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whenever the North Node gets in between these nodes, I should say, get in between the sun and the moon, when they become conjunct or close, this is what triggers the eclipse. Okay. Now this is happening. Now also this is happening, and it's also pulling on Saturn going to be in the building, trying to bring a little restrictions or limitations, but you got a lot of things going on in Pisces. So also I forgot to mention this. The sign of Pisces, hold on. I'm sorry. This is sidereal. Let me go back. I apologize. My thing is automatically set to sidereal. Something tell me I might need to start reading in sidereal. And I explain that. Sidereal moves the planet. No, tropical moves the planets 24 degrees ahead than where it actually is in the sky.
Mm.
And so tropical astrology, you know what? I'm gonna be, by the time this is all over, I'm gonna be moving this thing back to sidereal. Okay. What I'm saying is when the sun and the moon get too close together, it's a conjunction. Are you familiar with astrology at all?
You know what? Since I've been following you, I've been kind of looking at the charts and
Okay.
kind of trying to get an understanding of where they are, where the signs are, and how they fall. So it's still a learning process, but
Okay.
I am learning, a little bit at a time.
Okay. No, I just wanted to speak in a way you can understand without me getting too technical in
Right.
astrological terms. Okay. So basically when the sun and the moon gets close together, it's called the conjunction or the dark moon or what we're seeing with this eclipse because there's other aspects involved which makes it an eclipse. An eclipse sometimes means reversals or things that's going to change. Okay, or this you may see a change in this area of your life, and for you, the area of your life will be taking place in between the 10th and the 11th house. And the 10th and 11th house means the 10th house is the house of your public image. It's also the house of achievements or the house of rewards. It's the house of career. Okay, so when these planetary energies is coming to bring all of this energy, this change or this switch, there may be a switch in career for you. There may be something that you're about to do that's totally different. Okay. Saturn, though, is there to make sure you stay grounded, you stay disciplined, or it's going to bring limitations or blocks or restrictions into what you were trying to do. Or if you were held back and you weren't getting your just due, nobody was giving you your flowers, you was being held back, no one was acknowledging you, all of a sudden that might change for you. All of a
Okay.
sudden you might
Okay.
be in the public eye,
You know
right?
what?
It's,
That's what I'm
go
working
ahead, talk to
towards. I'm
me.
working
Okay.
towards that.
That might be a possibility. All right, Saturn there trining Mars, which is the ruler. So when Saturn trines Mars, it gives a level of endurance. Okay, and it's in the sixth house of work. So maybe it's something that you was working on because the sixth house represents the workplace, all right, or the work environment, as well as your health. Okay. So whatever the things that you have been working on, if it was going one way, if it wasn't going way, if it was feeling stagnant, you wasn't feeling like you were getting anywhere. This lunar eclipse, I mean, yeah, this full moon solar eclipse can bring a change in that or a new beginning in that because it's a new moon. Let's not forget, everybody, this is a new moon, which represents new beginnings or new opportunities that may come up for you. Okay, so
Okay.
the area of this is going to be taking place in the house of career. Now, I'm seeing some other things going over here with this Chiron. I ain't talking about that. Chiron is the wounded healer. Some people call it the wounded healer, like they're wounds that you've come into this lifetime that wasn't addressed or healed. It never heals. But by you actually paying attention to it and addressing it, you not only do you help heal your wounds, you help heal the wounds of others, right? These are when people become a therapist, or they become healer because they heal through experience of their own pain. Also, on another flip side of that, Chiron could also has a whole different meaning from another group of people called the Magi's or Magi Astrology, where they equate Chiron to love and money. And when it connects to certain planetary energy, it creates a binding or bonding or a linkage, some sort of linkage. And when Chiron and the sun links, it brings on a link of trust. So there is something that you may not have been trusting, or you may not have been trusting yourself. Hold on, what is the sun ruling? Your Leo third house, another third house ruler. One more thing, as I go deeper into this, the sun is ruled by the sign Leo, okay? The moon is ruled by the sign of Cancer. So these are the two other houses that we need to look at when we're seeing what this eclipse is going to do. Now, the sun rules Leo. Leo rules children, it rules self-expression, creativity, it rules love, okay? The moon rules family. It rules the mother's side of the family. It rules the homeland. Now, for this, the moon for you rules the second house of earned income or money. There might be a change with that. For you, Leo rules the third house of communications, neighborhood, siblings. The other lady, her Aries ruled that. But for you, Leo rules that. So more about communications, siblings as well, or childhood, someone that you grew up with in your childhood, in your neighborhood. That may be coming up to the forefront with Mercury in retrograde. So when Mercury in retrograde, and it's over your north node in your chart, maybe bringing back somebody from childhood that you knew as a child that may be able to help you in regards to what you're doing publicly or with your career, what you are trying to get yourself achievements. This is the house of achievements for you. So now I'm going to share a little bias with you because 67 is kind of connected with me. And
right.
That's what I was like, what, 67?
Yep.
67, you know, this is a time where, you know, when Saturn is in Aries, your Saturn is in retrograde. When Saturn is in Aries, most people say, most astrologers will say that it's in its fall. It doesn't resonate well, or you got to work harder to get what you're trying to achieve. You may be restricted a lot in your younger age coming up. There was a lot of restriction, a lot of limitations. You may be held back, but for the simple fact that Saturn is in the 10th house, that's Saturn's house. Meaning that it's the sign or the house that it is natural to, because it's the original house of Capricorn. So Capricorn means you have to climb that ladder of success. And it might have been a long ladder, or you might have been climbing that thing and it seemed like the pegs wasn't moving.
Okay.
You just climbing and climbing and climbing. Them pegs ain't moving. But Saturn waits until you reach a level of maturity so you can handle your success, because it's in the house of success. And Saturn rules success after you pay your hard-earned dues.
I feel it. And boy, am I paid.
Yeah, honey, I feel you. Like, I feel what you talking about. I know, honey, been there. Yeah, I feel like I'm paying this thing. Like, when is that gonna be over? But
I'm telling you.
Due to the fact that the sun and the moon and this reversal energy, this eclipse energy, that may change for you. You might finally feel a break. You might finally get your breakthrough. Okay. No, we get all the way at the end of this road. You ready to let that joker go sometime, right? That little knot at the end. But Saturn is like, I want to see it. Yeah, right. Exactly. I was about to say, Saturn wants to see how much you can endure,
Mm,
right? How much
mm,
can you take? How much weight? Because Saturn rules lead. Because in order for you to carry all that weight, because the crown is heavy,
mm.
and you got to have a certain level of a strength, and you have to be able to stand alone because Aries is the house of you, me, myself, and I, honey.
Right.
And you have to do it yourself. You got to stand on your own 2 feet. You got to put in the work yourself. And Saturn will test you and test you and test you until you finally reach that top ring of success. So don't be surprised if this is the year that you receive or reap your rewards.
Okay. Okay.
Or
Okay.
karma, depending upon what you've been playing with. Because
Right.
Saturn
Right.
will karma as well. So
Right. That's why I pay careful attention to the type of seeds that I sow, because you
yeah,
will have to harvest. So you have to be very careful of what seeds you plant.
absolutely. You better tell
That's
it.
right.
You better tell that story, girl. You know.
Yep. You look. You know. We know. That's right. You
I'm
know. We know. We come from that realm. Yeah. So, and
honey,
I
I
tell
be
my sons that all
tiptoeing
the
through the
time.
tulips out here. I be tiptoeing. I don't want no problems. You hear me? No
Okay.
problem. Not this
Because
age. Come on.
I'm
You
kind of,
notice how
matter
people
of
be
fact.
waiting till they. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, matter of fact, because you and I, matter of fact, I'm doing kind of like the same thing you're doing. We run a business, myself and my business partner over here. So,
Okay.
I feel you when you say, when it comes to trying to trust people, and when you find yourself having to do things on your own and wear so many hats because of
Yeah.
what you're trying to do. Um, you can't put yourself out there with everybody, because everybody does not have that same energy.
Right.
So yeah, and it's rough. And like you said, I got to put in the work, and it is what it is. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah.
And if you've been putting in the work all this time, you've been consistent. You see what I'm saying? It's consistency, and you've been true to yourself. And you've been honorable to yourself. Like, and you had to be genuine and real and stay consistent on your path. Oh, Saturn is, let me tell you something. When you get it all back from Saturn, Saturn is graduation. You know what I'm saying? It's the cap and gown. It gives you the diploma, because Saturn is one of the master teachers next to Jupiter. Okay, but it's one of them teachers that's gonna put you through it, honey,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
because it rules greatness. You know what I'm saying? It's greatness, and you have to show that you are worthy to wear the
that's
crown,
right.
Saturn.
That's
Okay. So,
that's
but honey, I can't wait to see, honey, get your crown, girl. I want to see this. Let me know. Let me know how this turned out, because like I said, this is at this pivotal time where we're all in right now. We're witnessing a change of everything, and those who was
everything.
at the top, right? We are seeing them fall from
That's
grace
right. That's right. Every day. And the
every
funny part about it
day.
is they know it. They know it. And, and,
Yeah,
and
man.
their reaction and how they're reacting to things and the things that they're doing, they know it. It's just a
Yeah,
matter of time. And I and
yeah. It's
I'm
the
waiting on it.
arrogance. Oh, for sure. It's those who, there's some people who feel that they're invincible or untouchable, and they can be, they no, it's you know, just I'm using examples of what we're seeing in the news now, what's happening now with certain individuals, and they're being like humbled. You're being brought down to the smallest compound. You're being broken. You thought you was at the top. You thought you had everything. You thought you can get away with it all,
Right.
and this is just the beginning, honey. This is just the
Right.
beginning of the domino
That's right.
effect of watching the collapse of a system,
That's
right?
right.
Who everyone glamorized or idolized, and all of these things who you thought these individuals were, they're being eclipsed. Shout
Mm.
out to the eclipses. We're in eclipse
Right.
season.
That's
Things are
right.
being
And like you
eclipsed.
say,
So
do your research. You don't have to
that's
take
right.
people's word, but do your research, because like you
Yes,
say,
ma'am.
we've been lied to.
Mm,
I'm doing that same thing. I'm trying to find this family tree. It's been a journey for me, because
mhm.
most of my elder people have passed on. You know, when they leave here with those secrets. They don't, open up to the family and let family know what's been going on. And, and I got to been doing this leg work trying to find it. And we're finding out that it's a possibility that we belong to the Choctaws. So
it's probably a real thing. So also the 10th house in your chart represents, so the 4th house is family, right? And so the opposite of the family is the public or the public life, but it's also a house of legacies. It's the family name, okay? So if the 4th house represents the home and the family, the 10th house represents the name. So, and new, when the moon is new, or in the phase of the new, it's new beginning. It's a fresh start. It's something for you to embark upon. But this eclipse, in this phase, it's like the dark moon. Like the dark moon is the day before we see that crescent, that little sliver of light from the crescent moon. It's dark. You don't see the moon, right? Because it's a time of releasing as well. It's a time of letting go of certain energies. So a lot of people are doing certain things. Oh, it's the new moon. You're trying to plant a seed of embarking upon something new. While it has no light, it's the time for you to release things that no longer serve you. So then when you see the first light, that's when you begin to plant a seed of renewal. Okay. So just wanted to drop that out there for you. All right, sis. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you too.
I follow you.
Oh, thank you.
Blessings to you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'll do my best. I appreciate it. You enjoy the rest of your night, okay?
You too. You enjoy. Be safe.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, y'all. How y'all doing out there? Is everybody all right? Y'all quiet. How I know y'all quiet. I gotta play some music. Oh, y'all know nothing about no Lilo Thomas. I don't know if you can hear that. I can't be playing too much music. You be like, you have a copyright restriction. Hey, yeah, these free readers, baby. What you talking about? You don't see no dollar signs up here. But if you would like to donate, you can always donate to Mama T, Cash App, $, MAHMA. Let me say it. Sexy. Oh, this back before all y'all time. I don't know what y'all was doing around this time. And that is my Cash App. How y'all doing? Y'all all right? Are we going to get into the next one? I have a next caller up here. Hey. Let me turn this down for my neighbors. This used to be the jam. What happened to Lilo Thomas, y'all? I know them young ones in there like, Lilo who? Lilo what? What's she saying? I appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. We're going to go ahead and get to the next caller while I still got some gas in me. Let me get this chart right here. I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you're feeling the vibrations. If you feel, you know what? Let me tell you something. You're going to start feeling the effects of the eclipse long before the 8th. Like, you should be feeling shit now. You know what I'm talking about? It should start reverberating because the sun is already in the house that the eclipse is taking place, as well as the North Node, right? Now, the North Node is also a part of your destiny, your fate, all right, or a part of the mission. So the children that are being born now, this is like a phenomenal time. All the babies that's being born now, y'all better pay close attention to these children. You know what I'm talking about? All right, we're going to bring Crystal Light in here. Crystal, are you in the building?
Here.
Hey,
my camera's a little messed up there. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. You look like you in the cloud or something. Where you in?
I'm sitting on the floor.
Okay.
Staying grounded.
welcome, welcome. I appreciate you joining me today. How's
Thank
everything
you.
doing with you this evening?
Everything's going well. I'm staying positive, and no matter what comes at me, I'm just trying to stay grounded and positive and just moving away from what doesn't serve me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Cut that thing off. Swat that
All
thing
the
like
way
a
off.
fly. You feel me?
No
Swat
matter
them
who it is,
flies.
no more.
Who, what, where, anything. I'm telling you, we're at that. I mean, so during this phase, while the moon is waning, you want to start releasing and cutting stuff off and letting things go. And if Saturn is involved, actually, I don't know, I have to check and see a certain placement. It's going to start
Oh yeah,
stripping.
Saturn been all over me, so I know a little bit about astrology. I was always intrigued as a kid, but I never got into it because the church told you, no, you don't look at your horoscope and all that. So kind of like, but
But
yeah,
they tell you to watch for the signs of the stars in the
yes,
sky, though.
and it's in the Bible. We already know all of that. Yep. So
So
I've
if
been
I'm
paying
supposed to
attention.
watch for the signs, watch the stars in the signs. You know, the stars are in signs, right?
Mhm.
The zodiac signs. So
I've always been intrigued by the
I
stars,
suppose,
even as a
yeah.
kid. And it's like where I live now, I could see them a lot more than when I was in the city. I
Mhm.
love the star. The stars are just awesome. I just gaze at them. So I don't know. I think I'm a star. I don't know who I am all totally, but yeah, the
Yeah.
stars, they say
Stars
something to
amazing.
me.
Of course they are, because you are the star. You are representation. You have star manifested in the flesh, honey.
Yes.
Come down here on the mission. But when we get down here, we totally forget the mission. We get all
Yeah.
wrapped up in other things, other
I'm trying
people's
to
mission.
remember it all, though. I'm working toward it. I'm
You
bringing it all
you
back.
you always, it's so funny. You always know, right? It's always a part of you. It's written in your soul, and you
Hmm.
doubt it, right? You doubt it because it's something that you've always wanted to do. And a
Yeah.
lot of people go back to your childhood before the trauma started.
Hmm.
You knew
Yes.
clearly what it was that you wanted to do, what you were going to be. You knew you were fresh out the spiritual world. You said it all the time. You always dreamt about it, always wanted to do it. And then the little forces that are on the planet see you,
Yep.
and they go and try to shape and mold and deter you
Or
off of
destroy
your
you.
path. All the above. Check, 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 check. All the above. It's hard on his earth, Bubby. It's hard on
Yes.
planet Earth. It's
Yes, it
not
is.
easy.
It
All right,
is.
so we're gonna begin, darling. When is your birthday?
October 3rd, 1966.
Everybody born around the same time. Oh
Yeah, I
no, my peeps.
noticed.
I'm bringing on my peeps up here. What time were you born?
10:42 a.m.
10:42 a.m. Okay.
Mhm.
We got a Libra in the building.
Yes.
You all nice.
Balance Libra.
You all be trying to be all diplomatic and sweet. But Libras, yo, don't sleep on Libras, okay? Because the opposite sign is Aries.
Yes.
That Mars is just a little scale away.
Yes.
I know you Libras, but Libras are sweet, very kind people. Venus, you can't help but be loved, but
Hmm.
don't tip the scale. Feel me?
Yeah, no,
Don't
that
tip the
wouldn't be a good
scale.
thing. Not a
The
balance
Mars,
Libra. You don't want to tip the
right?
scale.
You don't tip the scale. Please don't tip the scale. All right, what city and state are you in now?
I'm in Aurora, Illinois. Aurora, Illinois.
All right, all right, all right. Let me pause this because I really like this song, and I'm going to play it later. Okay, so I am going to share the screen. Let me make sure I got the charts right because, like I said, my chart be doing its own thing. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen, and I want you to tell me if you can see it on the screen.
Okay.
Oh, hell no, it's too quiet.
I can see it.
You can see, oh, well, look at all this sacred geometry up in here, up in here. Okay, Mystic. All right, Mystic One. Come on now. Okay. All right. Let me stick to the script. We're gonna stick to the thing. We're gonna stick to this.
We'll
Okay,
talk.
so
I'll
this,
call you for a reading.
yes, please call me. Absolutely. Okay, so what we got going on here. So well, where you are, all right, it's pulling on you with a Scorpio ascendant, right? With the South Node conjunct your ascendant. How far are you from your birthplace?
I was born in Chicago, so about 25 miles, 30 miles.
Oh, okay. Your chart ain't gonna change too much.
Mm-mm.
With your daydream, you in Scorpio rising. Oh, I can't help but be around some Scorpio energy. All right, okay, you here to transform some things, sister. Renew. Speaking of renew, so now we're going to talk about this eclipse that's going to be happening into the fifth house of, the fifth house. I like the fifth house. It's the house of fun. It's the house of enjoyment. It's the house of creativity. It's the house of talent, gifts that you've come into this lifetime with to cultivate and also utilize. Aries is on the cusp, but it's actually rule of your sixth. I'm gonna stick it to the fifth. Children. You have any Aries as children?
I have one Aries child.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about this moon. Let's talk about everything else that's going on. So we all know we're going to look at Cancer too. Cancer, Cancer is the ruler of the ninth house, higher education, the higher mind, travel, long distance, family. Your family from this country?
Yes.
All right, let me see what's happening. This is centered around the fifth house of children. Or you have one child that makes Aries.
No, I have
Look,
five. I have five daughters, but
you have
I have a daycare, so I'm
Oh,
around.
my bad. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so Aries, so we're talking about the sun, talking about the moon. No, this is about destiny in the fifth house, creativity or children. Um, Hold on. We got Mars here in the 10th, career. How is this going to manifest? The moon in the sixth house, health of wellness. So, what I'm seeing here is the fact that whatever it is happening, whatever it is you might have been set back or any issues that you might have been having with fifth house issues, creativity, children, if you have been held back in not achieving, tapping into your gifts, tapping into your talents, this may be reversed. Or also, if you've been also the fifth house can be the house of overindulgence if you are because it's about pleasure. All right. If you've been overdoing things, you're overindulging in things, there's going to be some curbing in that. There's going to be a change in that because your Saturn is there. This has already activated your Saturn because the sun crossed over your Saturn about 3 weeks ago. So this is already triggered. This fifth house energy dealing with children or the fifth house was already triggered when the sun crossed over your Saturn. Did anything significantly change with your business or dealing with children?
I
Did
I
any,
was I
did any
lost I lost like 4 kids, then got 4 more. So it was kind of going back and forth. I was losing children, in the business. Then I would get them back, and then I was having some issues with that Aries daughter of mine as well, with her 2 kids. So yeah, it was kind of going back and forth the last few months with her.
All right, what is Cancer? Was the ninth house Leo? Leo rules your 10th house career. Um, How can we break this thing down for you? So, whatever it is that you was dealing with your daughter, you said your daughter's an Aries. When is her birthday?
March 22nd.
Oh, okay. Well,
She's like on the cusp.
she's really on the cusp. Well, she conjunct your Saturn. All right, this is this right here. Yes. So basically, I don't know why, but the Saturn is being triggered for me when it comes to that. So, and plus it's in this mystical rectangle that you have here. Saturn is like Capricorn. Let's see. Third house. Communications, children, education. Is your daughter trying to go back to school?
No, I used to
No.
be a teacher though. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Okay. Well, whatever's going to be changed in reverse is going to be in regards to that fifth house. Well, you got Saturn in the fifth house too, so that's business in the fifth house. So you said you do a daycare thing. Saturn in the fifth house is business and things that's fifth house related, such as art or children or doing anything in that you in your creative space. It also rules love. It rules relationships and romance. Lovers. It's the house of lovers. So if there was something that was going on there or a lack of there, that may bring a change in that energy in relationships and love. If you weren't enjoying it, also the house is the house, fifth house is the house of enjoyment. It's the house of pleasure. So if these things were limited or removed from you, or you weren't expressing that, or there's something preventing you from creating that type of expression in love, romance, or in your creativity, your self-expression, this should be changing. This should be reversed, right? These things may be coming to light now. Maybe you have an opportunity to tap into that.
Okay.
All right. I'm saying I'm more focused. I don't know. This Saturn and this Chiron is sticking out a lot to me with the moon. But this is a special gift, though. This is something when you have sacred geometry in your chart. There's someone who has a little, you have more of a gift. There's something there. We call it a mystic triangle. So you should be tapping into all the planetary energies of what this mystic rectangle is doing. So this is Saturn, it's the moon, but it's next to the wounded healer, which is Chiron in Pisces. Saturn in Pisces brings a little bit of spiritual responsibility, spiritual karma. If you're not doing, if you get your karma instantly when it in Pisces. All right, there's a lot of responsibility in regards to that, and so accountability. All right, when it comes to the family too, because it's in the family in the fifth house, family and children, spiritually, karma with the children or family. What is it? Opposing the Uranus, something about difference of tradition and unconvention, like someone wants to be free, liberated, and someone wants to be more traditional,
And that's
control
most
versus
of my
freedom.
family. I'm the only one that's pretty much outside the box right now. So they come against me and with a lot of things with my spirituality and how I believe now.
Okay, you got Mars in Leo too. Mars is the ruler of Aries, sixth house. So okay, check this out. So this can be breaking down, and I don't know. I want to say, you have any issues with health, headaches, migraines?
No.
Nothing like that. Okay. The reason why I asked is because Mars is the ruler of the sixth house, and I see Mars is making a square to the moon in the sixth house. Well, it could be the throat or stomach,
Okay.
but that's neither here nor there. Basically, the focus is on the fifth house of children, maybe your daughter or whatever issues that you may be going through. If there's no issues at all, the focus might be on her.
Okay.
Okay. So I would be paying attention to that Aries daughter, um, making sure things are not flaring up with the health. I'll be paying attention to the health issues,
Okay.
making stress of career and work, maybe something about career, work, children. Children is the theme because Mars is in Leo. Leo rules children. It's the ruler of the 10th of career. You said you own a daycare. All right. The moon is in the fourth house, the sixth house of health and wellness. Moon also rules women, but it's the ruler of Cancer, and Cancer is family. You said you have a female daughter. So this is why I'm pulling on the moon of the female, paying attention to the health or working with her, or something to do with career and work, the workplace. That energy may be conflicted.
Okay.
Does she work with you or for you or
No, her two of her kids are in my daycare though.
Okay. I'll just be mindful of that. What is going on with the moon? Moon and so when the moon is opposing Neptune, right? Because I'm focusing on the moon, I'm focusing on the Saturn that's making this energy with this Neptune. It can be a form of codependency, a form of addictions, a form of deceptions. Something is not what it appears to be. Something that may be hidden because Neptune is in the 12th house. It's in Scorpio, which is secrets. Um, I don't want to, there's too much in that online, but I would be mindful of whatever's going on with your daughter, whatever is going on in terms of what she may not be disclosing to you, maybe in regards to health, wellness, or money.
Okay.
Things of that nature that's going on because Taurus is involved. Taurus is money, resources. Scorpio is resources or other people's resources, borrowing money or something that's dissolved with health, wellness, secrets, something that's not being told, something that's being hidden, a form of dependency that may be affecting in regards to children or your business. So you said her daughters are in your daycare, but she doesn't work for you, right? Nothing of
Correct.
that.
Right.
Okay. But something may be surrounding that in
Okay.
regards to that. I would be mindful of that, how that transpires, the relationship that you have with her, the relationship that you have with her, if it has anything to do with health, wellness, or finances.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, honey. Well, I hope
Thank
I answered
you.
some questions for you. This one is a
Yes.
little this one's gonna take a little unpacking.
Yeah. I'll reach out.
Yeah, it's just take a little because I see some things with this Mars and the Moon. That's in Mars is the ruler of Aries, where all of this is taking place, and it's surrounded with this Moon. This Moon is hitting everything that's involved. What's going on right in regards to what I think this eclipse may manifest for you.
Okay.
Okay, and
All
it's
right.
dealing with health. It's dealing with the career. It's dealing with children. And it's dealing with something that may be hidden or not exposed or that you don't know.
Okay.
You might be finding out.
All right. I'll be
All
waiting to
right.
see. Okay. Thank you.
All right, dear. Well, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you
I appreciate you as
coming
well.
in. Yes, ma'am. Yes, 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 y'all. Things can go in certain kind of ways. Now, what I'm not going to do on the live, if I see something that maybe should be discussed in private, I'm not going to disclose that online. Okay. So I want y'all to know this is not that kind of show. Whereas, if I see something, I'm not one for drama. But are you reading those who can go live with you? Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. All right, y'all. We're gonna continue it. We're gonna go. We're gonna keep on moving. There was a young lady that has been waiting and waiting, and I hope you didn't drop off because I was about to call you next. Where are you? Where are you? And I need everyone to mute their microphone if you can. Thank you. Thank you. Where did that young lady go? I think she fell off. It was the one who had the baby. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead on to the next one. I'm going to bring up Lydia to the stage. Miss Lydia, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Come on in here. Let's talk about it. I can't hear you. Let me unmute you. You have to unmute your mic, dear.
Okay. You got it now?
Yes, ma'am. I
Oh, I can't
got
believe
you.
I made it.
You made it. What's happening? How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
I need you to turn your speakers down a little bit if you can, because there's some feedback, just a little bit.
I just turned off the other mic.
Okay, all right. So what's going on? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just wondering about everything
Yes,
for my
ma'am.
life and more stable and where I'm at. And because and that's just where my life is. Being just being on disability, and what can I say? It's tearing me
Okay.
up.
Oh
That's all I
man,
can
I'm
put it.
sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear
But
that.
but the
Well,
thing
maybe
is,
some
it's
things
good.
it's good.
Yeah, but
Well,
when
you
I'm
know you
saying it's
can't
good,
complain, right?
yeah, I can't complain because I'm just learning about myself where I'm at a point in my life I see it's called shadow work.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And that's what's going
Dealing with the
on with
dark
me.
side of self.
Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, dealing with
So
the dark side of self. Absolutely.
yes. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so I'm trying to figure this out where I need to be with my life because I
Well,
feel
we
like
are
I've
going to
done.
tap in and we're going to see
Okay.
how we can help you out with that a little bit.
All
Okay.
right. All
So,
right.
are you familiar with astrology at all?
A little bit, not a lot. I heard about you. I'm kind of new to you. And so I'm learning a little bit.
Okay. No,
I'm
that's
trying
all
to get
great.
further.
No, it's so wonderful. As long as you start, right? You know,
Yes,
astrology
yes.
is an amazing science and you can learn so much and you can never be able to get to a point where you stop learning because
Yeah.
there's always something more that you can learn. It's like so many layers to it. And there's so many styles and ways to do it. There's not one way to do astrology. So it's you have to find your niche and you
Mhm.
customize it and you make it your own. And once
Yes.
you understand, it's like reading, right? Once you understand how to read the symbols and the connections and what they're doing, then it's up to you to break down the interpretation of what that means to you. Okay,
Oh,
all
okay.
right. And so
Okay.
the power with it is that we are here to harness the energy and not let the energy harness us. And some
Okay.
people believe that you just bound to this thing, right? And they
Mm,
become slaves to it. And I
yeah.
disagree with all. I think these are tools that we should be utilizing to navigate these waters better. Now, things are going to happen, right?
Yes,
Life
that's what's
be
happening to me
lifing,
now.
right? Yeah, life be lifing. But it can at least give explanation to why certain things happen and why certain things occur. And then you
Mhm.
can deal with them, you can get through them better, you can handle them better. You're not
Yes.
stuck and wonder, oh, what's going on, why is this happening. Once you discover what's connecting and causing the effect, then you'll be able to navigate and find cures,
Okay.
right, the
Okay.
correct cures to help
Hmm.
assist you during these certain times when you're dealing with that. Okay. All
Yes.
right.
Yes. Hmm.
Okay, so I am going to go here. I'm going to just pull up a chart and let me get your birthday.
It's February 10th, 1961.
Aquarius is in the building.
Yes. Aqua.
Aqua. So this is the people think Aquarius, Aquarians are air signs, right? They're not water
Yes.
signs. It's holding a vessel of
Yes.
water, though, but the water is knowledge that's splashing out on the earth. It's water represents the knowledge that the Aquarius brings because Aquarians rule knowledge, truth, technology, and information,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So they're all so when they say we're going into the age of Aquarius, we're going into the age of Aquarius. It's like then y'all shouldn't be getting mad at the internet and
Mm.
AI and everything else because that's Aquarius. That's all in the jurisdiction of
Wow.
cryptocurrency and all of that. All of this is Aquarian energy. So
Wow. Yeah.
robotics. I mean, so be
All that.
careful. All that. All right. So
Yes.
let me have your birthday one more time. You said to tip my window took
February
too long.
10th,
February 10th,
1961.
1961.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shucks. That's my cut right here. What time you born?
At 6:05 p.m.
There's too much synchronicities going on in here today. That's an interesting time. What town are you in right now?
I'm in it's called a city called Milpitas, California.
Please spell that for me.
Milpitas.
I've never heard of that. Were
I
you
know it's
born
right
in
next to San Jose, Silicon Valley.
Okay. Were you born close to there?
Well, I was born in Phoenix, Arizona.
No, that's nowhere near there. Okay.
Nope.
All right. Let me adjust some things. So let me just see how this is playing out.
Okay.
What you know about this here, man? You know about
Hello?
this? You know about
Woo!
this?
What
Hey,
you know
I
about
see
it?
you there, Ty. This
Hello?
is the best music in the world. Like, this
Yes,
is the
yes.
best music in the world.
Yes.
All right. So let's take a look at, man, this is okay. So we have an Aquarius rising. You're born in 1 degree. Well, no, not I can't say that. Where you are now, it places your ascendant in Aquarius. Okay. And you have Pluto conjuncting your ascendant. So there's some transformation coming with you anyway. You're a whole new way of thinking. You might even change everything you believe in if it hasn't started trickling down already.
It's already starting.
It's already starting, honey. It's about to be that way. All right, so this eclipse is happening in the house of communication for you too, in the house, in the third house. So I want to see where your Mars is and what it's doing. Your Mars is in the fifth house of children. It's in Gemini, which also rules relatives and siblings. Mars, male energy. All right, this is either male, a son. It's a younger man. Mars is a younger man. Sun will be an older man like your dad or a figure of authority. Uranus will be more tapping into the grandparent energy.
Okay.
So we are looking at Mars in the fifth house. We're looking at this eclipse happening for you in the third house. So we're looking at the rulers of the moon and the sun, which is Leo, partnerships, relationships, and the moon is Cancer, and this will be in the house of health and wellness. So we're looking at relationships for you, something that may be triggered, something that may be changed. We're also looking at the workplace or your things that you do routinely, daily. All right, sixth house is the house of rituals, but it's in Cancer. So Cancer rules the family, rules the home. It rules the homesteading. It rules everything that has to do with the mother's side of the family. It also rules the ancestors.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. So I don't know if you were thinking about communicating with your ancestors or working with your ancestors.
Actually, that's what I've been doing. They seem like they've been talking to me.
Well, this will be taking place in the house of communications. So this might be opening up even more and more for you. Right. And this might be quick and fast because, well, the moon is already coming up. The moon is not there yet. So this is on the 8th. You're going to start feeling this emotional connection or emotional need to communicate in regards to that within the next few days. I will be paying attention to your thoughts and your downloads in what you may be getting. Okay.
Okay.
That's just by these placements, okay?
Yes.
Because the third house is the house of the third house is also the house of the logical mind, right? And this is what I'm saying. Be mindful of the things you're thinking of because Mercury is in there and Mercury is going retrograde. You already have Venus in there. So these will be activated. These planetary energies will be activated in the houses that they're in, as well as the signs that they rule. Okay. So what all of this means is when planets start to make aspects with one another and they start to make connections, they trigger whatever it is that planet represents. And it's expressed the area that it's in For you, it's the third house of communications, or how you communicate, how you talk, how you speak, how you read, the things you think about, the things you talk about. All right. It also rules negotiations and the things, contracts. It's the house of trade, or merchants, or whatever you do, exchanging, right? Because it's the original house of Gemini, and Gemini
Did
is
you
the
say
twin.
trade or
Yeah,
a trade? A
trade.
train.
Yes, trade.
Oh,
They do
trade.
rules trains too, trains, planes, and automobiles, because it's the house of commuting.
Okay.
But when Mars or Aries is on the ascendant, it's the things that you do, or the things that you initiate, right? And the things that you talk about, the things that's on your head or your mind, because Aries rules the head. Okay. And so, but also the energy is about switching or changing or reversing the energy in regards to that. And the planets that's doing the action, even though it's taking place in the third house, the planets, the signs that they rule are being triggered as well. And they rule the house of family, and they rule the house of children. I mean, the sign of family and children, but it's falling in the house of routine, things that you do daily, like rituals. Like I get up at 7. I'm having my coffee at 7:30. I have to be out the job out the house by 9. It's the things that you do repetitively. Okay, your daily routines that might be starting to be affected or changed. Okay. Also, the house of relationships, because the sun rules your 7th house of relationships and commitments. Okay, so there may be a change in that. How it's,
I don't
or how
see
you're talking.
I don't see the chart, but okay.
You don't see it?
No, I don't see it.
Lovely, gosh darn! I'm here talking all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't see
Well,
it.
that sucks. I'm so sorry. Here it
That's
is. I'm here.
okay. That's okay.
Forgive me. No, okay. Can you see it now?
I can
I'm so
see it
sorry.
now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna recap this once again for you. See, all this energy that you have going on is happening into your 3rd house, right? Of Aries, right?
Okay.
Now you have quite a bit going on in your 3rd house. You have Venus. You're about to have a Venus return. Shut up. This should be a good
What?
time. So Venus rules love, it rules pleasure, it rules things that the desires of your heart, it rules everything that you indulge in. It rules money, and it rules relationships, right?
Wow.
So the sun rules Leo, which is in the cusp of the house that rules your relationships.
Okay.
The moon rules your family, and it's on the cusp of the house that rules health, wellness, and things that you do on a daily routine. Okay, rules diet, right?
Diet?
Your diet, dietary needs, nutrition, everything, therapy, going to the doctor visits, things of that nature. All of that falls into these jurisdictions. So these are the areas that will be activated, or you may want to focus on during the next 3, 6 to 12 months.
Okay.
Now be mindful of your thoughts and the things that you say, because Mercury is retrograde going into the 3rd house. You don't want to be going back on your word.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Or
Yes.
there may be people from your past that may be coming back. What is Gemini for you? 5th, some old flings. Just saying.
Yikes.
It could be because Gemini rules the 5th house of lovers, also rules the 5th house of children and creativity. So all of this is being activated in the house of communications, of short distance travel, of things that you do within your community or your neighborhood. Okay.
Okay.
So those are the focal points.
Yeah. I don't know about any ex relationships. I thought they were all married. So that's interesting you
I
say
ain't gonna
that.
touch that. But it doesn't mean that, you have to get involved, but don't be surprised if you may see somebody from your past pop up in your neighborhood. Okay. Or old friend or something like that you popped up, a childhood friend, or someone that you may have been involved with pop up. Or just speaking on things in general, because when Mercury is in Aries, Mercury talks fast. And it may say some things out of anger because Aries is fire.
Okay.
Energy that's in motion. So one of just on the lower side, it can represent anger, saying things in anger that you may
Hmm.
watch your anger and what you say in a heated moment,
Okay.
heat of the
Okay.
moment.
Yes. Okay. I get it.
Or now, now things are flipping and switching around. Now, somewhat, well, you can change some things that may have been. You can change some habits or things you
Yeah.
should have been doing. You can reverse that with this energy.
Oh, okay. That's good to know
Okay.
that. That's good to know. Yeah.
Yes, you can take advantage of that, tapping into that.
Yeah. That sounds okay. Wow. All right. I'll do that. I will. But other than that, I don't,
Nothing more. This is
thank
trining your
you.
moon in the 11th house of Sagittarius.
Yeah.
This is going to be trining that a little. What degree is this going to be happening on? 12, 13 degrees. Let me see. Yeah. This is going to be trining your moon exactly. And this actually may be quite favorable for you, this
Really?
eclipse. Yeah, it
Hmm.
can be because your moon, well, listen, is that Pluto? I like
Possibility.
what your moon. I like. Well, you have a sun moon, a harmonious aspect with the sun and moon anyway. In
Hmm.
the first house
Wow.
and in the 11th house of gains, of friendship, of long distance travel, of going
Hmm.
somewhere, taking a trip. I don't know if you ever thought about going away, taking a trip, or
Oh,
even
that's what I've
learning
been
something
doing.
totally new. Really?
Yeah,
Well,
I've been
because
wanting
your
to
moon.
travel a
Well,
little
you might
bit.
be able to start planting some seeds in regards to that because your moon
Okay.
is making a nice trine to this eclipse, and your moon makes it already a sextile, meaning this it's the blue lines in the chart represent harmonious connections between
Hmm.
planetary energies. But everything red doesn't mean bad, everything blue doesn't mean good. It's how you
Hmm.
express it, how you tap into it. So if there's
Yeah.
opportunity for you to embark upon something, and because they're so this is what I like. You're an Aquarius, right? And so you
Yeah.
have the
Yeah.
sun in Aquarius, which is
Uh-huh.
the ruler of Leo, right? Which is about
Yeah.
relationships and commitments of partnerships and things of that nature, or other people. It's
Yeah.
in Aquarius. Aquarius also rules friendships. It rules social groups, social activities, doing
Hmm.
things socially. It also rules the humanitarian side of a person, right? Who
Hmm.
you are, what you fight
Okay.
for, justice, social activism, and things of that nature. Well, let's make
Yeah.
it in your chart. It automatically makes it a harmonious aspect to the moon. So this opportunity there, and it's in the house of Aquarius, which rules the 11th house in Sagittarius. So there's opportunity for you to travel to Sagittarius. Either travels for religious beliefs or
Hmm.
philosophical beliefs or higher education. It's about knowledge too. The two signs is really out there, inquisitive, wants to attain more information and knowledge is
Yeah.
Aquarius and Sagittarius. And that sun and the moon, divine feminine energy, divine masculine energy is already making a connection in your chart. So when the
Wow.
moon and the sun get together, just in general, it activates those aspects in you, and they're
Hmm.
expressed in the areas of socializing, being around people,
Okay.
or traveling, or even embarking upon learning something new. Or you might have an insight. You might get like a spark. Your spark of genius might start. Those ideas might start to flow. All right.
Yeah.
So I will be writing down these things because these things are happening into your third house. So keeping a journal, like writing your thoughts. If you're working with your ancestral energy, all of this stuff you should start journaling and keeping a log of your
Okay.
thoughts and things that are going to be taking place
Yeah.
within the next year.
Okay, that's what
Okay.
I've been starting to do, and because basically I also been in a hermit mode, and I'm thinking I'm following the spirits of where it's taking me, and that's where I'm at right now in hermit. So I'm ready to get out and travel or something.
Well, yeah, with that Aquarian energy that you have, and the moon is in the 11th house. So, yes, it's definitely
Wow.
that might be activated. You may start in your community, right? You may start getting the network with people that's within your community, in your
Okay.
neighborhood, and then you might span off a bit. But always make sure you're dealing with people in like minds. But the thing about it is you have to activate it. You have to initiate it. If you're waiting for someone to invite you,
Okay.
not with Aquarius in the first house, Aquarius, because it's an air sign, right?
Yeah.
Air energy needs to communicate. It needs to have relations with people. It needs to be in the midst of socializing, right? So
Mm-hmm.
now Aries is the first sign of the initiate. Like you have to initiate it. You have to make the movement. You have to embark upon it. You have to set it off, right? That's Mars
Okay.
energy. So it's if
Good to
you and
know
also
that.
just speaking it into existence because with the
Mm.
Mercury retrograde there. So if you want to start changing this energy, you want to start going out, you want to start meeting new people, start writing it down, speaking it, doing
Yes.
mantras like positive affirmations, stating
Okay.
those things because this may have the
Wow.
opportunity to change. You may be able to change that and reverse that energy with the eclipse.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. That
Yeah,
sounds
man.
awesome to me. I love
Yeah,
that.
but you have to do it. Like you got to take the
Yes.
you have to embark upon it because Aries is about doing.
Okay.
Mars is
Okay.
about action.
I'm ready. I'm
You
okay.
know.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's
Oh.
good to manifest it, right? That's
Speak
what
it
I
into existence, but
okay. Okay.
because if it's been lacking, especially if it hasn't been happening for you, because remember the eclipse energy changes or reverses, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be very careful and selective on how we say things because the energy is to change.
Okay.
So if
Okay.
it hasn't been happening, you want that to change.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll start back up doing that.
Yeah, you don't ever stop. Don't ever
Yeah.
stop. All right.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Wow. This is
Well,
awesome.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you for tuning
Yes.
in. Thank you. All right,
Oh,
darling. Well, you enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
all right. Thank you and
All
appreciate
right.
you.
Yes, ma'am. You take care.
All
All right,
right.
bye
Bye bye.
bye. Bye.
I don't know how to take it off
That's
here.
all. I'll take you off. It's okay,
Okay.
darling.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Yo, how y'all doing out there? Let me see what's going on in the chat. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Let me see if I can find something going on in here. Let me find. I could. Oh, y'all don't know about this. Y'all don't know nothing about this right here, though. Right here, though. This is my state. Look, listen. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have music. You gotta like. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'm gonna take the rest of these cards. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like it just keeps multiplying. They just keep multiplying. But I see you, Ty. I see you, Yaka. I see you, Jamie. Don't worry, I'm getting it, y'all. I see you. I see you, Tammy. I see you, Goddess. How you get a God with a K up under there? I see you, Shantel. I see you. I see you, Danzy. I see you, Talik. I think we're gonna end with Talik. You the last one. Last but not least, we're gonna end with you, Talik. We're gonna keep this thing going. Look, I really love y'all. I love the energy. I need y'all to keep it popping in here. Keep on. I need some feedback. How y'all doing in the chat? You got some thumbs up? You throwing them thumbs up? You throwing them globes? What do you mean Scorpio Halloween? I would like to try. Scorpio asses. Y'all, I would like to do. I would like. You no. You should have been on the call, boo. You should have came to the party early. So I'm gonna keep on. You feel me? I really love y'all though. Thank y'all coming on in, rocking with us today. We're gonna keep the party going. We're gonna keep it moving because we want people to get empowered, right? We want you to learn how to harness this energy and make it manifest as you wish. I'm a firm believer in that. I fight with a lot of astrologers. You can't do that. Well, why not? We're not puppets, y'all. Like, if you believe that God lives in you, you walk in manifestation of the Creator itself. Why can't you learn how to manipulate and harness this energy and create as you wish? Create the things that you will. Like, why can't you? Why you gotta be so damn slave-minded? Why we gotta be enslaved to this or enslaved to that? Enslaved to that. Don't get me wrong, there's some things you gotta learn, right? There's a discipline that you have to have, but This my shit. I'm sorry. We got children in the room. I shouldn't be in here cussing like this. We grown up here. We grown. Put a one in the chat if you grown. Put a one in the chat if you grown. I appreciate y'all. Yo, come on, let's get it popping. I really listen, y'all. If I don't get to you, there's a website that's scrolling. Make sure you I'm gonna drop a can I pin anything on here? I can't pin anything. But I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna drop a discount code on here that if I don't get to you, you can use this discount code to book an appointment with me and save you a couple of ducks. You feel me? Let me add a banner. Hold up. Hey, gotta keep on. What y'all know about this? I was a teenager. No, I was like a little teenager. Let's see. Let's see. Discount code. Ho! New York City, stand up. Oh, memories. New York ain't nothing like it used to be, honey. I wouldn't even go back there. I haven't been in New York in over 10 years. It is not the same. Yes. All right, y'all. I'm about to drop a discount code. If I don't get to you, please go ahead and use this discount code at my website. Yeah, I guess I can't get everything in there one time. Where's the website here? Hey. So I'm gonna drop my website. This is discount code. That's my website. I guess everything can't go at one time, huh? Listen, you change this. You know, change this. Hey, what y'all know about this? This grown folk stuff. I'm gonna drop this discount code so you can save 11% on a reading with me if you decided to book with me at Sacred Tea, the website. I'm putting the website on the screen now. You gotta listen to positive music, or else you will live in depression because music calms the savage beast or will excite it, right? So the frequency of the music has to be uplifting, or else it will have an effect on your moods, which your moods is ruled by the moon, because the moon works with the waters as well as the frequency is Neptune. These are water receptive energies. So sound waves of the music, that's Neptunian energy. And it makes you start feeling that energy. That's the moon. Neptune and the moon connects on a high vibration. That's music, that's art, and that's emotions. That you know how many babies is made with certain music? And you know how many people get out there in the street and do some crazy stuff to music? Music is one of the most powerful tools on the planet. So if you're not using it to inspire you, increase your mood, when you're feeling down and low, play some music. You're going to be forgetting about what you was worried about. Music and drugs, same thing ruled by Pisces. Pisces and Neptune. On the high frequency is music and art and creativity. On the low frequency is drugs and alcohol. And then, you know, some of y'all in the middle, you're going to get your drink with the music and you're going to go on a whole nother planet with that joint. All right, enough of that. I'm talking way too much. But I don't know. I just love it. But all right, I'm going to go to the next caller. I'm going to bring on this gentleman. I think his name is Ty. Ty, you in the building? What's going on, sir? How are you?
How are you doing? Let me take it off of you. How you doing?
I'm
Nice
fantastic.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Honored to be here. Honored to be here.
It's an honor to have you. Well, welcome.
Yes, man.
So how you doing this evening? Tell me what's going on. You holding on?
I'm just holding on.
I see you jamming in the back now. I see everything that's going on here.
D-Train all day.
Okay.
All day.
DJ, it'll change your whole mood. D-Train, cause she.
Yes.
Honey, those were the days, boy. I'm telling you, that would just change
My
your
mom
whole
used to
mood.
rock D-Train all the time when we were growing up.
I love it.
D-Train. I love Sister Sledge. I like.
Yeah.
Man, I make
LTD.
Music. Make music. Yes.
You make music?
Yeah, I make music actually.
Awesome.
I have to transmute that energy because I have a lot going on right now. I'm in transit, so everything is kind of still, and I feel like I'm in utero. But I know that something is happening because I'm tapped in, so I have to do my readings, and I've been getting a lot of readings and telling me that I'm in transition. And so the card for me this year has been the Magician card because I'm an Aquarius, so it's an 8 year. So when you look at the Magician card, you see the infinity sign over the Magician.
Over the head, yeah.
That's the 8. And then everything is laid out. You have all the elements. So it's about me making the magic and transmuting that.
That's right. Awesome. Well, when can I book you for my reading? Shoot, I need to book you. We need to do a trade. Let's go. I'm all for trades.
Hey, I'm with it, man. I'm with it because I'm trying to get more into the natal chart reading and astrology because I know I'm Aquarius, Taurus, Capricorn. So I'm Aquarius sun, Taurus.
Oh my goodness! Let me put on my let me sit back because this gonna be a code to crack right here. This going to be a code to crack. Yes, sir. All that. You fixed and you serious about your business. You ain't playing. So you here to master this knowledge. Teach as well. Yeah. Absolutely.
You're born
innately born with it.
Oh yeah. I am born to be a healer teacher. I'm already a teacher, and I teach technology and like platforms like Epic, Tap, Cerner. I'm Cerner certified, so like I've been doing this for a minute.
Yeah,
so I'm just really tuned in.
Yeah, you Aquarius for real, all into the technology.
Hardcore.
That's what's up. Facts. I love it. Aquarius also everything metaphysics as well. Right. Everything in the metaphysical space. That is the tarot. That is the astrology. That's quantum physics. That's alchemy. That Aquarius this is why Uranus is exalted in Scorpio, because Scorpio is one of the ultimate alchemists, because Scorpio's main mission is to transform, is to transmute, right? So how else do you do that but by creating a form of alchemy? So Aquarius in Scorpio can go deep into the depths of the magic, up to the mystery, to get the information, but it's also to heal the masses, because transformation is about healing too, as you know, because what you were saying, you wanted to teach and heal, because the ultimate form of transforming, what are you transforming from, right? Like you're going from one condition to the next condition. And it has to dealing. Sometimes you got to deal with the psyche, a certain depth of the mind that's hidden, or trauma or crisis that you have to pull out. So this is why Aquarius loves being in Scorpio. But I didn't even know what your chart looked like yet. So we're about to get into this right now. So let me back up a little bit and get your birth information. So when is your birthday?
February 7th, 1976.
1976. That was the independence year, the celebration of the 100-year independence. What a time of Aquarius. That's all about independence. Let's go. What time were you born?
5:30 a.m.
Look at you, early morning riser. You get up early?
Yeah. Naturally. Yeah. Or stay up late. Don't go to bed like 3 or 4 o'clock to be up.
Wow. Okay,
Shout
because
out.
you was in the womb, you was giving your mother's contractions at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. You was like, I'm about to come on up out here. Get up.
With Fred Sanford on
Yeah.
TV.
What city and state are you in now?
I'm in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
North Kakalaka.
Where at?
Hold on. Let's do this shit up. All righty. Were you born in Winston-Salem or close to it?
Yes. Nope. I was born in the city.
You was born in where?
I was born there. Yeah. I was
Okay,
born
good,
there.
good. All right, great. So it doesn't change
Nope.
your chart much or at all. Okay, so I'm going to present your chart on the screen. And let me know if you can see it.
Wow. I see a lot. It's like a lot of squares. It look real diamondy.
Because you got a lot goes on. You have, so you see a lot of, right. So what you're looking at, so this is a form of geometry, right? Everything is
Hmm.
in a 360-degree circle. The houses are divided. I use an equal house system. It's divided into 30 degrees. So 30 degrees times 12 gives you the 360 degrees, right?
Hmm.
And when you see these lines, basically what they mean is that the planets are creating angles, right? They're hitting them on either 30-degree angles, 60-degree angles, 180-degree angles, 150-degree angles. Everything is through numerical angles. And when I
Hmm.
also merge numerology in some of my readings too, because it's all related. I
Right.
in the day of the week you were born, right? Because you were born on a
Hmm.
Saturday, February 7th, 1976. Saturday is under the jurisdiction of the planet Saturn. So
Saturn.
I'll be looking at what Saturn is doing, and
Kicking
7
my butt.
resonate. Sorry.
You say Saturn kicking my butt right now.
Saturn kick everybody, but Saturn has to. It has to because it's like it whips you into shape, right?
Hmm.
Because the thing about Saturn is this, and it's very important for you because that is one of the, you were born on Saturday. So being born on Saturday, you were born on Saturn's day. So you one of Saturn's children. So what that means is so Saturn will be harder on you. No, but hold up, though. There's another side to the story because I'm born on Saturday too. You were born on
Okay.
Saturday because it requires discipline and it requires you to have structure and it requires you to have order because Saturn is preparing you for a level of success and greatness. And the longer it takes for you to achieve it is because you're not putting things in order. You're not getting structured, you're not getting organized. And that's
Hmm.
hard for a lot of us because, but think about it, without Saturn, there'll be nothing because in medical astrology, Saturn rules the skeletal system.
Right.
If you didn't have the skeletal system, what would your body be?
Skin just flopping.
A bag of goop, honey. You can't do nothing with that. Eyes be floating all over the place. So Saturn gives structure, right? It gives us form, right?
Right.
And it gives us a foundation. And without a solid foundation, you can't build anything on. So it want and if and when a lot of, I know I did this for a long time. I ran away from my response. I ran away from being accountable, responsible. I didn't want to do. I want to do it my way. I want to go this way, and it was like, you know, it's that adage when they say, tell God what you want to make God laugh. Tell God what your plans are. Same thing with
Right.
Saturn. Like you want to make Saturn like well, I'm gonna do it like this. Like yeah, okay. It's like you running in sand. You're not gonna get anywhere. But until you say, all right, let me put things in order. Let me take this seriously. Let me get disciplined. And then you were gonna find now Saturn will turn from limitation, restriction, and setback to support. It'll lend you support, endurance, and longevity,
Gotcha.
right? Because
Gotcha.
Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn, which is your ascendant. So it's your chart ruler, and you born on that day. You ain't gonna be able to escape Saturn like ever, right? Because it,
Ever.
right, but Saturn rules business, big business. It rules the top of the zodiac chart. Its natural placement of
Okay.
Saturn is the 10th house. The 10th house of public image, persona, awards, achievement, recognition. The greatest of all times is the GOAT. That's what they call the GOAT, right? The
Right,
greatest of
right,
all times. That's Capricorn. You
right,
have to be
right.
great. And when you start walking in your greatness, can't nobody even mess with you. Can't nobody touch you. Because you've acquired a discipline and you practice. You know, I'm gonna name some Capricorns, and nobody touches them in their craft. Denzel Washington.
True that.
Uh, Capricorns also leave legacies. Their legacy outlives them. Martin Luther King.
Right,
His
right.
whole
Yeah.
thing was mountaintop, right? Yeah, everybody can say whatever you want to say about Martin Luther King. You go in every city or every nation, every city in the United States, you're going to find a Martin Luther King Boulevard. His name outlived him.
Right. That's that.
He had a speech, the mountaintop. But something about the mountain. I mean, how significant is that? Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
I'm the greatest. He came out. I'm the greatest of all times. Right? Can't nobody touch them in their league and when they do things. Right? We can even go into the other like the rap world, like LL Cool J. Right?
True, true.
He's like it's like when they hone in and get disciplined and structured, they become no one outworks them, nobody outperforms them, and then they rule perfection. Like they have next to Virgo, you have to crystallize, you have to manifest, the master manifester. All your earth signs are manifestors. So now the issue when it comes with Aquarius is they total opposite
Yep.
of Capricorn. They want freedom. They don't want they the
Real
Bobby
bad.
Browns, honey. They Bobby Brown. They
Oh,
what's
dang.
that? Right? They just, but they have a genius quality. They don't like restriction and limitation like Sagittarius. But if you get discipline or just get an order, get a structure, you don't have to be glued to the table, right? But just get a regimen, get a routine, and just practice it until you become phenomenal at it. Then Saturn will, man, let me tell you something. You can't get through the gates of success unless you go through Saturn.
This is true.
The Lord of the Rings, right? Think about it. Like it's always there. But it has such a bad rap. They call Saturn the devil and all kind of stuff. It's like Saturn care. Like Saturn even care. It's like, all right, I'll be there. But Saturn is the Earth King and the Earth Queen. It's a cardinal sign, right? So it has there's 4 cardinals. That means it has to take the initiative. It has to lead. Has to be the boss.
Right, right.
Okay. So, all right. Well, enough all of that. Let's get into this.
Okay.
So, for you, wow, this is happening. So, with you being Capricorn rising, it puts Aries on the cusp of your 4th house of home and family. You have Jupiter in there. You got a little protection in the crib. You got. Did you come from a big family, or do you have a big family?
Yeah, I come from a big family, a huge family.
It might get huger. No, well, anytime you have Jupiter, whatever Jupiter is placed in the chart, it expands it. It increases it. It multiplies. Okay. Jupiter don't like doing nothing small. So with Jupiter in the 4th house, it's it will indicate, it may indicate that you have a large family. But your Jupiter is squaring Saturn in relationships in the house of Cancer at 28 degrees. So there could be like a bit of a tug of war when it comes to family and relationships. And this may be a form of activation that you want to take a look at with this eclipse, family and relationships with Saturn in there, which is your ruler. So when Saturn is in the 7th house, it could either indicate someone who has been married for a long time or someone who gets married at an older age or if it has anything to do with Venus, which it no, it can represent divorce. But Saturn also brings longevity, something that's sustainable. Like I said, remember, it's about foundation. So that foundation of the family, all right, the foundation and relationships that you build your family with. These are the things that need to be balanced with expansion and growth with Jupiter. And these are the things that are going to be the focal point with this eclipse for you, as well as the eighth house. Speaking of transformation, so the sun is the ruler of Leo and is falling. And your sun falls in the second house of money, earn income, things of value, and possessions. It's going to be making a aspect. Yeah, you're going to be feeling that a little bit. You're going to be feeling this eclipse when it comes to. I will be paying attention to your money. I would be paying attention to the home, and I would be paying attention to my relationships, to your relationships, and other people's money or debts or credits, because the eighth house is the house of OPP.
Okay.
All right, other people's stuff. Or the house of inheritances as well. It's the house of things that you get from other people, or you merge with other people with. It's the house of joint finances. So I would be being mindful of those areas of life that may change. They may increase, or let me see. So you got a lot of stuff going on here, sir. You got a lot. You have, I'm just trying to follow the paths of the sun right now with you, okay? So as you can see, your sun is placed in the second house of values, of possessions, right? Income. And it's in Aquarius, because you're the Aquarius, right? And the sun is in the constellation of that. Now, Aquarius is free. It could go either way. Your money, you can either make a lot, it can come unexpectedly because Aquarius energy, and it's making a square to Uranus. So it's up and down. All right. Or you can have falls, or you can have depletions. You know what I'm saying? Or you might change careers a lot. You may yeah, that's all written here, and that has an effect on your finances. So with this eclipse that's taking place, it's giving opportunity to that. You might have an opportunity to work from home, or start something from home. Are you into real estate at all?
No, I'm actually waiting to do a second job interview for the hospital here to teach Epic on a permanent basis.
To teach what?
Epic, it's a platform. It's a technology
Oh,
platform.
it's a technology platform. Okay.
Yep.
Well, your North Node is in the 11th house of Scorpio. So the 11th house is a technological house. It's the natural house of Aquarius. It does rule technology, information, but it's in Scorpio. Like you said, Scorpio is about alchemy. It's transformation. It's change. And you have your... I didn't know your Uranus was in Scorpio. We was talking about Uranus was exalted in Scorpio. Well, yeah. You definitely need to stay in information. You should be in technology, as well as that's your service, right? It's your service to humanity, because Aquarian is the humanitarian, and you can transform lives as well. You can help transform masses of people, because Uranus rules the masses. Right? It rules the collective. And it's in Scorpio, the transformer, or transformation. Technology that deals with... It's so funny. You said you're working with hospitals. Well, hospitals, that could be Piscean energy, because Pisces rules everything in the 12th house. What you got going on with Pisces? You got a lot. The part of fortune is in it. Oh, well, Saturn. Okay, Saturn and Mars is in going into your third house of Pisces. So Mars is the ruler of Aries, and it's going into the third house of Pisces, which is interesting because Pisces also rules hospitals, asylums, prisons, things of that nature. So with Mars going in there, it's initiating or starting off something. And it's interesting. It's with Saturn, and Saturn is your ruler, and Saturn also rules business. Right? It rules business, also work, because Capricorns need to work for themselves. They're bosses, they're managers, they're owners, they're CEOs. They're really not or teachers, because Saturn is one of the master teachers as well. Saturn and Jupiter. So all this to say, I would be paying attention to things that's going on in the home, the family. I don't know if you may be working out of the home or paying attention to a female of your partner, or a woman, or daughter, or someone that's Cancer is ancestor or women or maternal side of the family. Okay. Now we're talking about the moon that's dealing with the sun. So moon is also women, and it's falling in its natural house of the fourth house. The moon loves being in the fourth house as well. It taps into the psychic energy. It taps into the nurturing side of oneself. So if you've been having issues in the home or with family, or there's been problems going on with the home, that may change. Or if everything has been going well, then you might want to start looking at the relationship that you're having. I don't know if you're married, if you're in a relationship, that may be starting to be tested.
Yeah, I know exactly who that person is. I know exactly what's going on. You own it. You own it. You own it.
I'm just
own
reading
it.
what these stars are saying.
Yeah, you own it.
Yeah, so be mindful of those things, because it's going to trigger. And when Saturn is in there, Saturn can be separating or severing, or if it's or it can be binding. It might get stronger. It may last longer. That's when a commitment is made, right? Or you might decide, or when it comes to the relationship, to break. So those are the themes that's going to be maybe transpiring for you within the next year with this eclipse.
I got that. I received that too. It's spot on. Spot on. Spot
Righteous.
on. But it's gonna be a good year. I know that.
Well, yeah, honey, it's what you make it. Whatever this is going on, remember, it's always going to be a part of destiny when you're dealing with the nodes, right? It's always going to be like a part of what's supposed to happen. All right. So this is why it's important for people to harness this energy as much as possible. So if you know the focal point is in the house and you see what's going on, whatever it is that's going on, it's been going on. It's just now it's going to be triggered to take an action, whether it's to make it go this way or it's going to go the other way. But this will be the focal point of it. All right. But it's been going on in all these areas of our lives where this eclipse is taking place. It's been something that's always been going on. And now when it being in Aries, it's either going to be renewed or completed, or changed in this area. Something has to change, right? Because everyone says something got to give. Something got, well, it's finna happen. And you're going to have the opportunity to make that change.
Yeah, I am. And it's all planned out because I know the situation and I know how it's going to work out because I got some intervention. So it's very spot on. Very spot on.
Awesome.
It's going to end up, it's going to get better before it gets worse. So yeah, we're gonna be good.
Well, all right then. All right then. Well, keep me posted. I want to see how all these things turn out for you folks.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Oh, you are so welcome. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining me. And you enjoy the rest of your evening, okay?
Thank you, sister. You too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for being on here, rocking with me. Man, We got a few more to go on. Who did I say was the last one? Was it you, Shantel? She's like, yup, show Liz. And that's what we're going to end with. So if I don't get to the rest of y'all, please use that discount code or shoot me an email. I'll try my best to get back to you. I do have a lot going on. But those on the panel, at least if you're on the panel, I'm going to shout you out because we're going to go to Jamie. Well, hold on. I got Jamie, Yaka, Tammy, Goddess K, and Shantel. And I remember you, you were the one, Carlis. I was looking for you earlier. You got back on, so I'm gonna try my best to get you too. But the rest that are on the line, I'm gonna, that discount code. No, not only that. Tell you what, email me at shabless1@gmail.com. Now, all of y'all don't be going here emailing me talking about I was on the panel and you didn't get to me and all that. You know how we do. I'll be trying to slick up on it. No, you email me at shabless1. I'm going to put it in the chat. And say he's on the panel and send me your birth information. And I'm going to try to text you out a little something and just give you the area of focus of where this is happening for you, which you should be paying attention to. Okay. How y'all doing out there? What's going on? How many people we got here? I don't even know. 294 people. I really appreciate y'all being here with me on this Saturday evening. I know most of y'all want to be at the club and stuff, out there doing things. But hopefully nobody that follows Mama T is still out there in them daggone clubs. I really, really hope y'all still ain't doing the club thing. Because, the club ain't what it used to be. You see what happened to that boy? Let me leave him alone. I had a dream about him, too. I wish these people stay out of my dreams because I'm not feeling that stuff. What you want? I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Don't even ask me what the charts say. No. Nigga, you going to jail. No, I'm just joking. But, okay, let's go ahead and get the next one up here. I'm going to go ahead and get Sister Jamie up here. Sister Jamie been waiting patiently. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing great. And yourself?
Fantastical. Thank you. What's going on?
Life.
Life be life.
Yeah.
Life be life and like a mug, don't it?
Well,
are you familiar at all with astrology?
I have been tapping into it. As of lately, I've been ordering some books, astrology, numerology, shadow work. I'm like a sponge right now, so I'm trying to soak it all up and
get it all in, get it all out. Get it all in, get it all out. That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All righty. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna get your birth information. Give me one second.
Okay.
Oh, now I'm doing that. We're gonna play some music. And I get this thing. Got some Barry White in the building. Oh, this the grown folks. So we used to sneak out, see what they doing in the living room when our parents used to have parties at the house. They didn't go to no club. The party was at the house, in the basement or the backyard.
Change.
I wish I could go back to them days. I tell you. All right. Great man. If I knew then what I know now.
Yeah.
Woo! Life would be so different. All right, so give me your birthday.
May 21st, 1987.
Gemini?
Yeah.
On the cusp?
Yeah.
19 what again?
87.
1987. Lord knows what I was doing in 87. Goodness. What time were you born?
At 11:52 a.m.
11:52 a.m. Somebody don't like getting up in the morning.
But I do it.
I know, right? See, that's what I'm saying. If we were allowed to just do what's natural, like I'm saying, they need to make everybody. What time was you born? Okay, that's when you start work.
Right.
strolling here whenever you stroll. It's so
Oh,
unnatural to go to work when you don't want to go to work at a time you don't want to be there.
exactly. Especially these jobs these days, like
Man,
12 hours. Yeah.
that's not right. We're gonna have to work on that. What city and state are you in right now?
What city and state I'm in right now is Griffin, Georgia.
Griffin, Georgia.
Yeah.
How far is that from Atlanta?
About a good 30 to 40 minute drive, depending on who's driving.
Now you know Atlanta drivers, right? Oh my God!
Terrible.
Stop.
Terrible.
Are you born in Are you born in Georgia?
No, ma'am.
Where you born?
I was born in Middletown, Connecticut.
Oh, you pretty far away.
Way far away.
All right, I am not finding Griffin, Georgia in here.
Spalding County. It might be because they got counties down here. So.
Spell it for me. Maybe I'm misspelling it.
Griffin, Griffin.
Oh, okay, that's what I was on. Hey, let's see. Okay, so I'm about to show you. Doodle-doo. Hey. All right, let me get this chart date right here for this solar eclipse. All right, so I am going to share the screen. I'm just let me know if you can see it. Doodle-doo. All these mystical triangles, all these mystics coming in the building. Everybody with this sacred geometry. Where's she going? All dressed up. What time is it? She got on her little outfit. I'm nosy, mom. She done roll down the steps with her. She going to the club. She all got her pink outfit.
You ready?
Yeah. Do you see the chart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So look at you, Cancer rising. You all sensitive. Are you
Yeah.
sensitive there? You feeling more sensitive there than you were when you were born? For
Oh, yeah.
emotional connected. Yeah, your energy is shifted to Cancer rising. So the moon is going to be very important. So you definitely going to be feeling this eclipse.
Oh, Lord.
Cancers, Leos, Aries are going to be feeling this energy because they're dealing with the planetary energies that are governed by their sign.
Mm-hmm.
So those who carry that energy are going to be feeling it a little bit more than others. So when Cancer rises at 18 degrees Cancer, you're ruled by the moon. You have the moon in Aquarius. Aren't you the psychic one? You just know. You be getting insights. Hold up. In the
I do.
square, yeah, it be coming like flashes. And it's in the 8th house. Ooh, you be knowing folks busy. People be telling you their secrets.
All the
Okay?
time. Random people.
I know, right? They just want to open up to you with that moon in Aquarius in the 8th house. You be like, yeah, real girl, you got the Rolodex of secrets. Don't mess with you, honey. What you got, Scorpio? Make sure this shit ain't coming out.
No.
Make sure you ain't gonna leak it. All right, so let's get into where this is happening for you with this eclipse. Once again, I went back into sidereal. Well, you know what? I'm really feeling like doing this sidereal energy with you, period. I'm really feeling sidereal with you, but wow. Should I stay in sidereal? But let me ask you before I do that, because when I change it over, it's going to change your ascendant to Gemini. So I just want to ask you this question before I adjust the chart, because sometimes I stay in sidereal. I don't always go back to tropical.
Okay.
So where you are now, I was asking you, have you feel emotional? Has your mothering, nurturing instinct kicked in? Are you protective? Or are you more on the go? Are you more involved in the community? Do you feel more mentally stimulated? Do you write, teach, or speak more? Or is which one of these do you resonate a little bit more on?
Ooh. Um,
Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Let me skip that last part about the
Okay.
reading teacher. Are you more into your looks? Are you more into your hair? Are you more into being out? Are you more tapping into your creativity? Are you being more self-expressive?
I would say as of right now, I've been kind of all over the place. Uh, learning to open up more and speak more and stepping out of my comfort zone or
Okay.
pushing myself uh to do more. I've been having a sense lately that I'm supposed to do more than what I've been doing.
Okay. Hold on, let me see something here. I just don't wanna confuse the reading right when I switch up in the middle of the game.
Hmm.
And so I'm gonna go back to tropical because it's gonna change it. Like I said, once you see how it changes the chart, tropical just it's gonna bring Leo on the ascendant.
Hmm.
So with Leo on the ascendant, Leo will be focusing on you more coming out and about, more being centered, more being the center of attention, or you more focusing on being self-expression, expressing yourself, your creativity, taking the chance, enjoying yourself, having fun, being romantic or getting involved, doing things for entertainment or pleasure. All right, that
Hmm.
would be Leo on the ascendant. Leo is about love, right? It's
Hmm.
about creativity. It's about children, the inner child.
Hmm.
And it also is it depending upon where the sun is. Where your sun is in the 10th house, honey. If this Leo will be when Leo wants to be out in front. It wants to be seen. It wants to be noticed. It wants to be recognized out here. That's the Leo energy that in the tropical where it is, where in the state that you're in, how it's being expressed or
Hmm.
possibly being expressed. Now, what's hidden is the Cancer, is the emotions. It's not you're not really expressing how you feel, or hiding how you feel, or not even be able, maybe not being in touch with your emotions as much, or you're hiding it. You're not showing it. You don't show it. You don't show
Yeah.
how you really feel. People gotta like pull your teeth out to
Hmm.
really find out what the hell's wrong with you. What's wrong? Like you won't show your emotions.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
can.
kind of all right? I
I
mean,
can.
if it's not, let me know because then we'll do some adjustments. But if that
Mhm.
sounds like if it's resonating, then this is the alignment of what this energy is bringing forth. Now, where this eclipse is going to be taking place is in the ninth house in Aries. And you got Jupiter too. Is this the right birthday? Let me see. May 21st, 1987. Do you know
Okay.
the other guy who was in here? Because y'all, let me just, yeah,
I don't.
let me stop. She's not going to be in that seventh house of yours. We're not talking about her. So, no, you have Jupiter in Aries too. So everything that Jupiter in will expand. Your
Okay.
Jupiter is pretty well placed in Aries because it's making nice harmonious aspect to Uranus, to Saturn, as well as to Mercury. So you smart.
Oh,
You got
okay.
you break. Are you? I mean, you smart. I mean,
I,
I know you're not slow.
I don't like school, but like I said, I've been.
This ain't got nothing to do with school.
Yeah, but it's just yeah, yeah,
All right, let
yeah.
me ask you. Okay. First of all, your Mercury is in Gemini.
Hmm.
Gemini is the ruler of Gemini is Mercury.
Hmm.
It's in Gemini. And it's in the 11th house, in the Aquarian house. So it's air on top of air on top of air.
Oh wow.
So air is very cerebral, right? This is
Hmm.
someone who is very much into thoughts, concepts, ideas, speaking,
Hmm.
writing, teaching, communicating. You always got. Are you quiet?
Like I said, I'm opening up more and talking. Like I said, I've been ex. How do you put it? Trying to get the word, trying to help wake others up.
No,
You
you got a
know,
lot to say. I know you got a lot to say.
to what's going on and just get, hey, open your eyes, y'all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See,
So
now I can
it's
understand.
yeah, it's just a lot. Like I said, it's been
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So your Saturn opposes your Mercury, which can, well, make you cautious about what you say. Right? You
Mhm,
may think twice. You might censor something. You may not always say. You like, let me think about it before you actually say it, because Saturn has a tendency. It's in opposition to your Mercury to either try to balance you out or try to fight against what you're trying to say. It's trying to
mhm.
dictate what you want to say. But in but anyway, your Mercury is so activated with it being in the 11th house. Do you have a lot of friends?
I mhm, I have been
No. You.
no. I've limited my circle. I would say I am a people person.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I get a lot of people gravitate towards me because I guess I like you said, I make them feel, comfortable.
Like
So
you
I
want
get
to
people
tell it.
from all
Yeah.
over,
Yeah.
and so it's just finding that balance, and I attract a lot of people, and it's just it can get
Yeah.
kind of draining at times.
I feel
And
you.
it's like,
I feel you.
but for the most part, it's just
Yeah,
I feel
you have a highly socially active chart, right?
okay.
Because of the fifth house of, so the 11th house rules friends.
Hmm.
The fifth house rules entertainment, things that you do with your friends, right? Like
Okay.
y'all go out, having fun and kicking in,
Hmm.
having a good time, enjoying yourself, things like that. Well, you have Uranus in Sagittarius. So Uranus rules masses, or it rules crowds, or it rules networking or socializing and dealing with people. It's in Sagittarius. Sagittarius likes to roam, it likes to ram. Sagittarius
Hmm.
also loves knowledge, though.
Yeah.
So it wants to seek knowledge. It's not afraid to travel. It's not afraid to seek out information.
Right.
Okay, with this particular placement, but you're all of this, I'm going somewhere with all of this. I'm just giving a background of the fifth house and the 11th house in your chart being activated as well, because the Mars is in your 11th house, and Mars is the ruler of Aries, where all of this is going to be taking place with this eclipse. So your
Hmm.
11th house and your fifth house, I will be looking at that, your friends, your networking, but also you,
Hmm.
because you are the Leo rising and the sun is what's being eclipsed in Aries.
Hmm.
So we're talking about you, your personality, your persona, what you show the world, how you're presenting yourself.
Hmm.
And like we were saying earlier before, you're feeling the events or the effects of this eclipse before it happens. So if you're feeling in a mood that you want to start to get out, you want to start changing, you want to start, getting out of a comfort zone. These are some of the things that's going to be triggered with that sun.
Hmm.
And the sun is going to be very important for you because it's your chart ruler. Now, the moon is the ruler of Cancer in your chart, and that's the subconscious mind,
Yeah.
right? That's dreams,
Yeah.
that's the intuition, that's the meditative state,
Hmm.
and also Cancer rules the mother, or the house of the mother, the maternal side of the family.
Hmm.
It always rules real estate or the home, but when it's in the 12th house,
Hmm.
I connected more with ancestral energy, because
Okay.
the ancestors have passed on, and ancestors are the rulers of Cancer, but it's in the 12th house of the this houses that rule deceased, things that are deceased, or the things that have transitioned on, and that's Scorpio and Pisces. But Pisces more of a spiritual house,
Hmm.
where Scorpio is spiritual too. It's just more psychological,
Yeah.
whereas Cancer and Piscean energy, Cancer is about family. Pisces is about the spirit or the soul or the
Hmm.
subconscious mind, or how you connect and relate to your creator. All
Hmm.
right. So this particular energy may be triggered and activated too, because your moon is in Pisces.
Yeah.
You finna get lit.
Okay.
Like Like you're going to be activated. Your psychic energy may be activated. And then the ninth house was the higher consciousness of the mind too.
Mhm.
Where are these people coming from half naked?
Oh Lord.
My window, they must be coming from the pool. There must have been a party. Ain't nobody told me. It's got me
You
up here.
wasn't
My
invited.
window wide open too. I mean, I'm seeing everybody. If I was a parent and you was trying to sneak in,
So what?
I would see everything. I mean, they coming up with their towels on. I'm like, where y'all been? I ain't hear no music. Anyway, back to you. Your ninth house is the higher consciousness of the mind. This is
Mhm.
where this eclipse will be taking place, right? And it's crossing over your north node in the eighth house. So whatever's hidden on the subconscious mind, or whatever is been suppressed,
Mhm.
or repressed anger, or
Mhm.
anything of that nature, this will be a time to pull that out and clear it.
Okay.
Because this moon, the dark moon, before it hits that eclipse, will be a good time to release those things, those deliberate, those bones we put in the closet, them skeletons
Right.
in the closet. It may be time to like, okay, let's see what we can clear out. We don't
Gotcha.
want to be taking this with us
No.
into this new energy, this embarking upon something new, because also the ninth house rules higher education,
Mhm.
it rules travel, it rules broadcasting too, publishing, things of that nature. Like taking a trip long distance.
Mhm.
With Jupiter in there, I'm surprised you're not a traveler anyway,
That's what I'm working on.
or a teacher.
I was a teacher. I used to teach
Oh,
kids, babies. But
really?
yeah, I was
Okay,
a pre-K teacher for about a good 5 to
a
6
Leo
years.
rising. Ah,
So, and I've been hearing that
okay.
a lot with even not having all the facts as far as, like I said, awakening, even with the numerology and astrology, but the little bit I have grasped, I've been still trying to pass that along, where people that normally wouldn't tune into it, they've told me that you explain it in a way to where it makes me want to learn, or it comes off in a more interesting way, or break it down in plain terms where it's easier for them to understand. So I
Yes.
wouldn't mind going more so in that route. And yeah.
Well, yeah, teaching is there. Opportunity may come for you in terms of that, traveling, or because so Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius in the fifth house. There's a connection here that's going back to the fifth house of children. Don't be surprised if there's an addition to the family.
Addition I have.
You know how. Aries
Yeah.
rules babies too. Aries is the baby.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I don't know. It can, maybe, because it's the ruler of your fifth, and this eclipse is happening right on top of that. You never know.
Mhm.
And we're talking about the moon and the sun, and the moon is the ruler of, because you may not know, because it's the house of the unknown. The I'm just saying, I don't know. It can manifest in that way, or you be either you be teaching, you'll be going on a trip. Um, but this is dealing with children, teaching, and family.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. What's that little voice? What was that? She's like, okay.
I'm trying to
Tell
make it all make sense.
me too. Me too. But I mean, this is why I'd be like, I don't know if the Sidereal was better. But well, it's about you
Mhm.
coming out, right? You stepping out into your own, right? And you
Yeah.
taking the initiative, and you expressing yourself, um, in a way that you're being, you're tapping into a higher mind, a higher power, higher knowledge, higher wisdom,
Yeah.
where you can start teaching and embarking upon teaching. But once again, remember, Aries is about you taking the initiative, right?
Yeah.
And also now we're dealing with the moon. Well, the moon rules your 12th house of things that are hidden on the subconscious mind, or something that has transitioned on, like an
Mhm.
ancestor, right? The moon is also represents women, daughters, mothers, sisters, grandmothers, things of that nature. If it was with Neptune, I would be like looking at a grandmother, but I don't. Your moon is not really with Neptune. I'm not seeing that really. But your moon, well, hold up though. Your moon is in Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune. So this is spirituality. This is I would be like spiritual awakening, but you're pretty much there because you're dealing with the higher consciousness of the mind. You're dealing with Piscean energy, which is the mysticism, the magic, the spiritual connection to the creator. You're dealing with the 8th house of secrets or mysteries or things that need to be alchemized or transfused or transmuted, right? And you're dealing with the 12th house. Once again, that's Pisces house, right? Of mysteries or the unknown, of family or spiritual connection to ancestors, or or nurturing yourself, or getting in touch with your emotions, right? Or bringing out that type of energy. And you embarking upon all of that through your self-expression.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, that's how I would probably tap into that energy.
Well, so from what you just saying, I'm on the right path.
I say, yes,
I'm on the
you
right
is.
path.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and and be mindful of the energy that is being tapped into. I mean, that is being presented to you in those areas of your life, because this is what's going to bring the change. You're going to notice a change or a switch or a flip in these particular areas. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if you don't recall it, this is going to be replayed again. So go back and listen to it again. And this is why I like recording all even my sessions. When I do my sessions, I record them and I give them a copy to the client, because as time progresses and things begin to manifest, you'll be able to navigate a little bit better. You'll be like, okay, so this is what that means. Oh, when this happened, all right, so now I see what's going on, as opposed to us being blindsided by certain things that may occur.
Gotcha.
All right. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you for being with me today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to let you go and bring the next caller on, and you enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay.
Likewise.
All right. Take care. All right. Well, thank y'all. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing out there? Y'all all right? Let me see what's going on in the chit at. Let me see what's going on in the chit at. Y'all in the building? I'm seeing a lot of effort. I'm seeing a lot of energy out here. I'm seeing a lot of energy going on here. Let me see what. What's this? I need something funky. I don't know. Sometimes the DJ be trash on these things. Oh! I don't know if y'all know anything about Renee and Angela. Renee and Angela. Come on. How y'all feeling? Y'all rocking with me? Y'all still rocking with me out here in the building? All right, put them globes up. Put the globes up in the building. Let me see if y'all still represent. Put the suns up. Put the suns up if you know you organic to the earth. Come on now. Put the globes up if you know that this is your planet. Put the mermaids up if you know you were Sybil. Put the mermaids up if you know you were Sybil. Shout out to the Sybil. Shout out to the return of the great mother's daughters. That's awakening their intuition, awakening their psychic energy. Everything is all coming back to you, mama. It is. You just got to get in alignment and receive it. You heard. Well, since everybody around here coming back from their party, I might as well have my own. All right, so we're going to bring the next person on here. We got what's her name? Yoka. Yoka, come on the stage, honey. Yoka is in the building. How are you doing?
All right. How about yourself?
I'm fantastic. Did I say your name correctly, though?
Yoka, yes.
Yoka. All right. How are you this evening?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm great. I got everybody staying up past their bedtime. I know it's past my bedtime. I'm ready to go crank out, but I promise I'm going to get all the way to Shantel. I got 1, 2, 3 more to go after you.
Okay.
So Are you familiar with astrology Mo, at all?
Somewhat. I've been doing a little digging. I've always been a sky child, so
All
I
right.
stay in tune with the. I'm usually in tune with the moon most of the time, but I've did a little digging. I did my birth chart, life numbers. I deal with numerology, angel numbers a little bit.
Okay. Oh, this gonna be fun then. All right. Yeah, you know what this about, man. You know what the party about around here. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's get to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna change this information. Let me get your birth date, dear.
January the 30th, 1982.
Another Aquarius. What's going on with this Aquarian energy going on? 19 what? 82?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you know about Renee and Angela. Then. I don't know. You know about Renee and Angela?
No.
I gotta get back to the 70s, baby. What time were you born?
At 12:29 p.m.
12:29 p.m. And what city and state are you in now?
I am in Port, Port, Wentworth, Wentworth, Georgia.
Port Wentworth. All right now. Is that on the coast? What part of
It's
Georgia is that?
like 10 minutes away from Savannah.
Oh, okay. You have to be on the coast. Okay. Savannah, Georgia. All right, so let me see here. I am about to share the screen, and I want you to let me know if you can see it on here. Where the button at? Okay, get up here. I think I was in high school when this song came out. All right, do you see it on the screen, dear?
Yes.
All right, you got a lot going on too. Pistol whipping, firecracker. You don't take no mess. You will beat somebody up. No, actually, you know what? You passive with it though. You passive. You ain't. You got a lot of Libra. Let me stop getting in your business like that. We're gonna stick to the topic. Sometimes things just pop out on me, and I see stuff. I'll be like, nothing. Don't mind me. Okay. Taurus rising, where you are now. Are you born where you were born? Is it far from the city that you're in now?
Probably about 45 minutes.
Okay, it's not so. No, you're still gonna be that particular sign. Taurus. Oh, you got this big conjunction. I ain't talk about this today, but this conjunction happening in your 12th house about to be right on your ascendant. There's some changes coming with you anyway. You got some changes coming. Also, your circle of friends may be changing. This is happening in your 11th house of friendship, of networking, of socialism, social activism of the humanitarian side, or house of grandparents, the house of gains as well, when Aries is on the cusp here. So there may be some reversals in that, some changes in that. So I'm going to see in the house of the moon rules your third house, but the majority of the second house. So I'll be paying attention to the money that you earn, your earned income. When we talked about the house of gains, be mindful of the money that's coming in, as well as what you're spending it on in regards to contracts, commuting, negotiations. And also, I will be paying close attention to energy that's happening in the home. Because the Leo is, okay, let me show you, since I don't want to go on around in a circle. This is why I'm focusing on these things. The eclipse is the sun and the moon, right? What day were you born? You were born on a Saturday, another Saturn baby. So the eclipse is happening between the sun and the moon, and it's happening in Aries in the 11th house. So the 11th house, we all know, has to do with everything. It's the house of the metaphysical house, or in a mundane level, it's the house of friendship. It's the house of networks. It's the house of that you. It's your friends. The house of friends, the people that in your circle. Okay.
Okay.
So these are the things that it'll be focused on now with the sun and the moon ruling your chart. Is the house with the house that Cancer rules, where your North Node is in, and Leo rules. So Leo, Cancer rules the third house, really. Even though, see, when you're a late degree, the majority of the house before it, that sign occupies most of it, and the
Mm-hmm.
small degrees that's ahead of it is actually the house that it rules or has governance over, right? It seems a little complicated when it's like that, but what I do is I merge the energy of both houses really, especially if there's planets in that house. So I'm looking at Cancer, right? In the majority of the house of Cancer, you have the North Node, which is your destiny or your mission or what your soul wanted to learn this lifetime. Okay. Cancer is actually the ruler of your third house, of siblings, of community, of neighborhoods, of things that you do, um, your short-term commuting, like things that you do in your neighborhood, your neighbors, things of that nature, how you communicate, um, things that you're learning about, going to school, whatever you're learning, going to school about, things how you talk, how you speak, and how you receive information, right? Your logical mind, how you how you break things down logically. This is these planets that are governing these particular areas of your life that are creating the switch or a flip. All right. Leo rules the house of the home for you, house of family. All right. The sun also rules people of authority. So when Leo is on the fourth house of the home, we're looking at maybe the father or the grandfather, someone of that, or elder male in your family, that may be bringing in some information to you because the 11th house is also the house of information. Now, with your sun being in Aquarius in the ninth house, this particular lunar eclipse, I mean solar eclipse, it's going to be right on your moon. So now Cancer is definitely going to be affected. You're really going to feel it in the house of Cancer. You see? Do you see why I'm saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Definitely in the house of friends or female friends. It's in the 11th house. And Aries is about, what you initiate with your friends and whatever it is that you're setting off, whatever it is that you're creating, whatever it is that you're initiating or you're moving into, you're doing it. Because everything, when we're seeing with this eclipse being in Aries, it's about what we are going to initiate. Are we going to initiate the change, right? Or something is going to change us in that area in which it falls. In the area in which it falls for you is in the 11th house. Okay.
Okay.
Now, um, let me see what Leo's doing. Oh, we said Leo's family. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying about the theme. The theme is definitely about family. The theme is definitely about children. It has to do with the mother or the son. Well, when I say I'm focusing more on mother. I had said father earlier, but now I have to focus more on the mother or the females because this eclipse is falling right on your moon. And that's the strongest thing because it's a conjunction. Whereas it's giving a sextile to your sun, even though sextiles are harmonious aspects, they're not strong. They're not intense like the conjunction.
Okay.
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 So this is the area I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on either friends or something of gain, something that you may gain, or well, it can go the other way, but it's definitely about family, siblings. I would be paying attention to a sibling. You have sisters?
I only have one, and um, for a minute now, we don't get along.
That can change, right? That can flip because the focus is going to be on that. It's going to be on not necessarily a sister, but it's going to be family. Maybe I won't say going to be like there's no guarantees, but it's in the area of dealing with emotions or emotional attachments or emotional things that you say emotionally. And it's dealing with siblings because Cancer is the ruler of your third house. Um, but it's at the degree. What degree is this on? This degree is going to be on 15 degrees. So the 15 degrees actually falls in your second house. So this could be about money, income, earnings. Now we're talking about two money houses. Now we're talking about the 11th house. We're talking about the second house. These are money houses as well as the eighth. Now I want to see if is Saturn doing anything or Jupiter doing anything in this. Where Saturn is in Pisces. I'm not seeing too much of a connection with Saturn. Um, Mars, no, oh shit, sorry, my bad. Saturn is conjuncting Mars though during this time, which is the ruler of Aries. So when Saturn conjuncts Mars, now this is career, right? This is falling in your house of career. So this is about money. It's going towards money. It's going towards gains. It's going towards career because the degree that this eclipse is happening is falling into the degree of your second house as well. The 11th house. Because if it was after 22, 25 degrees, then I'll be focused more on the sibling. But since it's
Okay.
happening before that, happening in the second house of income or money. 11th house is the house of gains that you get from your career. So I will be looking at something of changing when it comes to the money or your income.
Okay.
Okay, because when Saturn and, I was going to say when Saturn and Mars gets together, so conjunctions in astrology play out in every as how it can play out is through any type of aspect that those two planets can make. So conjunctions can play out like a trine, it can play out like a square, it can play out like an opposition, meaning that so intense the energy when two planets is so close like this, it's very intense. So when Saturn gets with Mars, Mars wants to go, and Saturn says stay right here. So there's stagnation, right? You may not be able to move. They may not be able to be, or you know what I'm saying, because Saturn is like a weight on Mars,
Okay.
and it's in Pisces. And Pisces, Saturn don't even know how to get a hold on Pisces because it's water, it has no boundaries. And Saturn wants to put boundaries, it wants limitations, it wants foundations, it wants restrictions. And Mars is like, I want to go fast, I want it to happen quick, I want it to happen right now. So Saturn is in a position where it's like, the reason why I'm focusing on Saturn is because you're born on Saturday. Saturn baby. Saturn is dealing with Mars, the house ruler, I mean the planetary ruler when eclipse is taking place. So Saturn and Mars is in a position where it can create um, like you're not feel like you're moving, you're not going anywhere. You it feels like you're not achieving your goals, you're not being recognized for whatever it is that you're doing on the negative side. On the positive side, when Saturn conjuncts Mars, you get a lot of work done. You burn the midnight oil. You burn both sides of the wick. It gives you endurance. It gives you it gives you the ability to last. You know, built to last. So you might be able to put in extra hours. You'll be doing extra. You'll be putting in a lot of work. And it's in Pisces, so that's a spiritual connection or artistry, or something that you're doing, or working with. Pisces is the house of asylums, isolation, or being by yourself, or working alone, or
Mm-hmm.
doing things of that nature. So these are the areas where it's going to be triggered or maybe activated, and how it's going be manifest will probably be manifested in your earnings and what you gain, how much you gain from it. Because the 11th house, then when I'm talking money, 11th house of windfalls, right? It, wish things that come, money that may come out of anywhere and nowhere. It's the house of gain, things that you gain. The Cancer is rules the house of current income, and now we're talking also the career that these two planetary energies are sitting in. So if you've been feeling stagnated in the career, you've been feeling like you're getting anywhere, you've been working really hard, you've been busting your chops.
Yep.
You receive your gains now, right? You may receive a boost in your income, right?
Okay.
And if you've been like you're not getting anywhere, right? Because that Saturn and that Mars can make you feel like that at times. So that might make a switch that may be flipped for you. Those are
Okay.
some areas to look at. Hold on, let me see what this Mars is on. Mars is in Libra. Mars is Mars. Oh boy, back to fifth house. Well, don't be gambling. Don't be taking chances or any risk right now. I wouldn't be investing in too much or heavily.
Ah, me and my son was just talking about investing.
Yeah, I mean, well, be mindful. Make sure your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed, because Mars opposed the Moon. Don't do things emotionally. Don't
Okay.
impulsively. Right?
Okay.
Make sure. I would say, yeah, I would never say don't do. But if you're gonna do it, because your Mars squares your Venus, and that's money in, money gone, money come, money go.
Yep.
So you are going to invest. Make sure that you're not investing out of what they call FOMO. You fear of missing out. Make sure you do your
Mhm.
homework, right? Make sure you do your due diligence. Mars in Libra, because Mars in Libra is it fights for truth and justice, and so make sure everything is on the up and up, right? Make sure you're not falling for a scam or quick
Yeah.
money, or trying to get rich overnight, right? Or getting hyped or emotional about it. All right, you just want to make sure with that Saturn there. Damn, your Saturn. Hold up, this won't be activated anyway. So your Mars and your Saturn are pretty close. Yeah, they're conjunct. There's a boost on here. Your Saturn and your Mars are conjunct. Saturn and Mars are conjunct during that eclipse anyway. So when I was telling you about, it gives you endurance, or it gives you the ability to work hard, or it gives you the ability to put in long hours. But make sure, if you're going, you're just studying, you're putting in the work to make sure you receive a return on your investment. If you're going to make sure you're studying and understanding what you're going to invest in. All right.
Okay.
Make sure you know the ins and outs of what that is in this balance, because it's in Libra. Right. Don't put too many eggs in one basket, because this eclipse is happening in the house of gain. So you want to make sure you're gaining and not, or it's reversed where it becomes a loss.
Okay.
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 All right, darling.
Thank
Well,
you.
you're so welcome. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. So, for everyone out there, thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna remove you right quick. I want to everyone out there, listen. These interpretations are not written in stone, right? This can play out in a many different ways, because you have options in astrology. So things can go one way, it can go another. Because always remember, eclipses do mean reverses, and things are gonna change. It doesn't mean it's gonna stay the way they are. So, like I was saying before, if you were struggling, you've been going something, you can't catch a break, you might catch one now. You've been living high off the hog and everything been running smooth sailing. You may be faced with some challenges now. So, and it doesn't happen, it's not going to happen that day. Eclipses will last for 3 months, 6 months. You won't, maybe 9 months or 12 months. So check the seasons, right? So we're going into spring. So just feel about the energy that's going around, see what's being presented to you, see what's, the little signals that's being taken place. Mark that on your calendar. 3 months later, when that moon and that sun will be making aspects to that eclipse point, like mark those days on the calendar. get you an astrological calendar and start marking out the days and the degrees where in 3 months where the sun is going to be, in 6 months and things like that. And then take note of what's happening around you in that particular area where this eclipse will be taking place. And also the planets that's involved, the signs that they rule, and the area in your life that they govern as well, because these are the areas that may be triggered or things may happen. And after the eclipse, the big event that's going to last about 5 minutes, that's shutting down the whole world for 5 minutes. Keep in mind that this shit is like 5 minutes. You're going to forget. You ain't going to remember this shit. But for those who pinpoint the movement of the sun and the moon when it gets into summertime, when it's in Cancer, or what's in the sign of Cancer, when the sun is in the sign of Cancer, watch out for the new moon when the sign is in Cancer, or the full moon in the season of Cancer. And then the next one will be Libra, when it will be in its opposition of that eclipse. See what happens in those areas and what's being triggered. Because once you mark these things off and you prepare for what may come, or what you can get a grip on to try to transmute that energy. Okay? Just want to put that out there. Okay? All right? So, I'm going to go ahead to Miss Tammy. Hold up. What happened to sister girl? She left. She said, "Forget this. I know it's late, y'all. I'm sorry." Tammy.
Hi.
How are you, sister? How you doing? What happened? Where'd Tammy go? Child, I know Mercury retrograde, but Tammy. All right, Tammy, I'm gonna see if you come on back in. I'm gonna go ahead to Goddess K, because Tammy done dropped off. Hey, Goddess K.
Hey, Mama, how you doing?
I'm wonderful. I'm gonna get right back to you after Goddess K, Tammy. How are you today?
I can't complain. How about you?
I am fantastic. Thank you. Something felt like crawling on me, but I hope not. Let me put this thing under my feet. Oh man, everything is going well. Well, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you today. How are you doing this evening?
I'm good.
Awesome sauce. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get your birth information and pull up your chart. Are you familiar with astrology at all?
I am a little bit. I know my sun, my rising, my moon. I'm a cusp, and I know my life path number.
Okay, you know some things.
Yeah.
You know some things up in the building. That's what's up. All right, so we're gonna get this get your chart information. What time is it where you are? Like 1 o'clock?
12:08.
Okay, not too far away. It's late. Good thing I did this on a Friday.
I know.
All right.
It's Saturday.
Saturday. See what I'm talking about? And I've just been drinking lemon water all day. I'm delirious right now. All right. So let me have your birthday, darling.
You finna love it. November 21st, 1986.
Look at you at the 29th degree. 20-something degree. You 29 degree Scorpio.
I am. And I cuss Sagittarius with a Cancer moon.
What year were you born?
86.
1986. Oh boy. Oh. What time were you born?
7:29 a.m.
Okay. This is just a very familiar spirit I'm dealing with here.
Yes,
okay.
We've talked before.
We have?
We have.
Yes, Goddess K. What city and state are you in now?
Kimberly, Alabama.
Kimberly, Alabama in the building. How far were you born from there?
I was born in Tennessee, so it's a good little distance.
A little distance. All right, Tennessee, probably Alabama, Tennessee. Probably move your center back a little bit, but all right, we're gonna see what all this mean here. Let me see if I got this correct. The moon dog. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the yawns is coming. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't start yawning, y'all. You know yawns are contagious. They're contagious. All right, I'm going to share the screen. I want you to let me know if you can see the screen. All
Okay,
right, let me know if you can see it.
I do.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Another mystic rectangle being here. We got a very interesting kind of almost a kite here too. These mystics. Shout out to the mystics. Shout out to the mysterious one. Shout out the ones who knows how to unravel and uncover the mysteries of the universe. Shout out to the ones who are tapped into the spiritual world and using their spiritual gifts to manifest everything that their heart desires, or also being healers and master teachers. Because when you're born with sacred geometry, you are born with um a little extra. The universe gave you a little extra oomph, and the reason why it wasn't so because you special. It's for you to utilize it because it has a lot of work for you to do in this lifetime. And so you have to have a little extra in your bag so you can handle certain energies that come and go, because not all people can handle certain spiritual entities and beings and energy. So when you're given a little extra flavor, is to equip you with the proper tools that you can either help people heal, or you can bring forth incredible works that can help people in some form of fashion, or to clear and cleanse some energy from your family or for your family. All right, because many of us are chosen for the family's bloodline to clear for those that come afterwards. All right, so without that being said, he said, we're gonna tap into this Sagittarius rising with Saturn on the what day you born? Friday. Venus. What Venus doing with you? Venus, Pluto. Dang.
I
Scorpio?
know. Yes, I am. That's why I said you're gonna
No,
love it.
I was talking about the Venus and Pluto in Scorpio. Then I looked at everything else in Scorpio. You got a whole stellium in Scorpio.
Yeah,
Your
my
12th house.
Mars, my Mercury, my Pluto, all of that.
Your whole 12th house. You remember everything.
Yeah.
Nobody better not do nothing around you that you don't want to remember. You remember, you have a deep mind, penetrating mind. Your subconscious mind is awake. It's up. You don't even have a subconscious mind. You just have your mind is conscious. Even the subconscious mind is conscious.
Yeah.
Your dreams should be off the chain too.
Yes, they
You
are.
should be able to communicate with those that have went to the other side. But we gonna focus on this. We're gonna focus over here. Over here. So as for you, the solar eclipse will be happening in your fifth house. In your on your north node. So north node in astrology is your purpose or your mission. All right, your destiny, which your soul came here to embark upon, what it needs to learn in order for it to grow. That for you, my dear, is going to be triggered. That Aries energy, that fifth house energy, the creativity, the child, the children, the inner child part of you, your talents, your gifts. And it's on the corner, it's the corner of this mystic rectangle. You see that right there? You see that?
I
That
do.
right? And it's squaring the moon in Cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Eighth, This eighth, okay. All right. What's going to be eclipsed? What's going to be activated, or what's going to be something that you need to renew, or something that you need to start? Well, looking at the fifth house, do you plan on having children? Are you pregnant? I don't want
Hey,
to ask you that.
Mama T, I'm almost 40 years old.
So
We done having babies. We got 4.
eclipses bring reversals and changes.
It cannot. I assure you. I assure you,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
not
I'm
even
sure.
possible.
That's never say never. No, but I understand. Or it could be in addition to the family. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Somebody may be coming in, not just as you're giving birth, but it could be someone, an addition. Something could be changing with children. Something could be changing in that aspect because you're dealing with family. There's something that may be revealed because your moon is in the eighth house of secrets or things that are unknown. In regards to that, or whatever it is that may be coming in. What's your Mars doing? What's your Mars? Your Mars over there. Third house of siblings. Sun, Leo. Ninth house. I would say, and this is part of your destiny, Mars. Mars is going to be very significant to what's happening. Mars. Third house, relatives. This well, something is going to be increasing. There's something that's going to be changing when it comes to children. All right, or the focus will be on children, or somebody may be coming in or returning, or coming back, or the fifth house also rules love interest. All right, with Mercury being retrograde in the mix of this, something could be returning. It could be a partner returning because Mercury rules your seventh house of partnerships. All right, that's involved into this. So when I see fifth house, and we're talking sun and moon, we're talking family, right? We're talking Cancer energy. Eighth house. Eighth house is also reproduction, rebirth, or the opposite of rebirth, passing away, or something that's leaving. Um, the ninth house rules, knowledge, higher wisdom, your beliefs, things that you may be believing in that could be changing, or traveling, long distance traveling. All right, so I'm looking at your sun. Your sun is in the 12th house, the moon is in, and they making a trine. Girl, this is spiritual. This is definitely a spiritual transformation, dealing with children, or dealing with your creativity, or whatever it is that you are not bringing in with this mystical power that you have, this magical power. Have you worked through this Chiron, though? This wounded healer, this partner? Is it sibling partnerships, relationships? There's something coming back.
I hope not.
Maybe. And it's a part of your destiny. Maybe this is unfinished business. This could be a soulmate.
I'm married. We celebrate our 17th anniversary next month.
That's amazing. Well,
But as far as with siblings, I do.
yeah. Well, the reason why I say sibling is because Gemini rules siblings, right?
Right.
And
Well,
it's a relationship, right? Because it's in the seventh house of relationship. Now, Chiron is in there. That's the wounded healer. If something wasn't healed, right? Something may have not have been fixed, but it's a part of this mystical rectangle that you have in your chart. It's the corner. It's one of the cornerstones of that.
I am
Right?
estranged to one of my siblings.
Okay. And the reason why I was saying something may be coming back is because the planet that rules Mercury, if Gemini is Mercury, and it's retrograde in the fifth house of children, right? So it's, when it's children, siblings, your siblings since you was a child, things of that nature. It can play out in that manner. something that would be reversed in that. Because remember, this change, it's about changes or renewals, all right, or something that has to be switched or can be switched.
What do you see as far as finance for this eclipse? Finances.
So the fifth house rules, so the money houses in astrology, the second house, the fifth house, the eighth house, and the 11th house. Okay. The fifth house rules what you take a risk on, things that you take a chance on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The house that rules earned income for you will be Saturn. I'm not seeing Saturn making too much of an angle, maybe a quick conks. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Saturn is actually trining this eclipse for you. So Saturn brings opportunity um, if you put in the work, or unexpected, something that comes out of nowhere, or something dealing with a foreigner or foreign places, or travel. But it's in the 12th house. That you don't see it coming. When Saturn's in the 12th house, that's the house that's hidden. It's a mystery. So you may not see how it may present itself.
Okay.
Unknown money, right? Or money that's hidden, a hidden resource. Now, the fifth house is the house of gambling or speculation or investments, right? So this is when you say, what do I see in terms of money? I'm looking at the rulers of money. So I want to see with Saturn, with Mars, the moon, as well as Venus is doing, and if they're making any type of connection in terms of this eclipse that can bring change. So first is Saturn. Yes, Saturn is going to be trining. That means it gives support. Saturn brings discipline, structure, order. It wants you to put in the work, right? That's number one. That's how you earn. Now, when it comes to um, something that you speculate or take a risk or a chance with, we're looking at what Mars is doing in your chart. So you have Mars in Mercury, Mars in Aquarius in the third house. Now, what I like about your Mars, it is making a nice aspect to Venus. Mars the third house represents negotiations and contracts as well, or merchants, or things that you trade. So you might want to look in those areas in terms of that. But it's not, I'm not seeing it making a direct aspect to what's going on. The only thing I'm seeing making a direct aspect is Saturn, the moon, and not really Venus, but the moon. So moon, Cancer, eighth house, other people's money, other people's resources, loans, credits, inheritances. Okay. Fifth house is speculation, taking a risk, gambling instinct, or investments. Saturn is what you earn, the money that you earn, but it's in the 12th house, right? So the 12th house is hidden. You may not see it, or you may have to dig for it. You may have to uncover some kind of paperwork or some kind of documentation or things in regards to that nature, or something you may have to travel far off to get because it's in Sagittarius. So those are the areas that this eclipse are aspecting in your chart and how it may be able to play out. So I'm looking at credit or inheritances with the moon in the eighth house, right? I'm not really seeing too much in gains with Libra, but I am seeing the Saturn, the ruler of it. It's something, it has to be work, whatever you're working at, getting loans, getting credit, things of that nature. I
Okay.
don't know if you've been trying to get a loan or get credit or expand your credit, but that's where it is. Or speculation, investments, things of that nature. Saturn will loan support to investments, long-term investments,
Mm-hmm.
investments in or moving money around. Let me see. What's Sagittarius? Sagittarian is what would be travel, education, um, loans, student loans, things of that nature. This is where I'm seeing Saturn also, I mean, Jupiter, courts, lawsuits. That's Sagittarian energy. Being something ruled in your favor.
Okay.
That's how I'm seeing that, how it might manifest. Or like I said, fifth house also rules the lotto, gambling, speculation, things of that nature.
Well, you said I'm finna hit it.
Saturn may lead support, but the moon may fluctuate that. It may be some fluctuations when it comes to your winnings or some kind of debt. If you do win, you might have to pay a debt with that because the moon is squaring it. It's giving a harsh aspect. It's a challenging aspect to it. And it's in the eighth house of credit, loans, or inheritances. Is something that you, or if you do get an or if there's an inheritance that may be hidden from you, you can dig into look into that. Something that you may not have known about. You know, there's these things that they have. I forgot what it's called. You can go any state or any city that you ever lived in, unclaimed money, things like that. That's the energy that this is pulling from.
Okay.
So, yeah. That's what I got for you, honey. Hello?
Anything else?
Well, I mean, anything. Well, that's in terms of the eclipse, right? That's what I can see. Okay. And that's the theme of what we're talking about here today. Those are the areas that, if anything is going to manifest in terms of money, it's going to manifest in terms of speculation, gambling, or investments. It's going to manifest in something that's unclaimed or unknown. All right. Or it's going to manifest maybe in an inheritance way. But also that moon changes, it fluctuates. It can be, and it's in the house of secrets. So you have two things in the house that are hidden, right? Or something that may be about joint finances that may switch or change. That's how some of these things can play themselves out when it comes to money for you, the way this eclipse is laid out in the positions that they're in your chart.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Mama T.
You're welcome, honey. Will you enjoy the rest of your night, okay?
You too.
All right, babe. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Who is this? What's she? All right. How y'all feeling? Y'all doing okay? Y'all all right? So I got Tammy, Caris, and Shantel. Those are the ones that's left for the reading. And we're going to move it on. We're going to go add Tammy right now. Hello, Miss Tammy. I mean, hold on.
Hi, I don't know what.
I got to get guys. What is going on with you, Tammy? I can't. You just, you drop off every time. All right, now, Tammy, I don't know what to say about that. We're going to have to go ahead on to Miss Carlos. All right, now, Tammy, I don't know what to say about that. We're going to have to go ahead on to Miss Carlos.
Oh, my God, you got me.
Ma'am, I got you. If you could turn down your speaker a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear. It's just we were getting some feedback from your computer.
Oh. Is that better?
Much better. Thank you. How are you doing today? Must be a delay. Can you hear me?
I'm doing good. I got a almost 3-year-old granddaughter that doesn't want to go to sleep.
Oh, shucks. Well,
yeah, I can hear you.
She wants to hear what's going on. She wants to know what's happening in the world. Could be there's a delay. I think there's a delay because you're not hearing me as I'm talking. So we're going to try to get through this the best way.
Yeah, she knows
we
it.
can. Yes, ma'am. All right. So I am going to begin by getting your birth information. When is your birthday?
January 23rd, 1951.
All right. And the time you were born?
January. Oops. 12:20, right afternoon.
Okay. And the city and state you were born?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have a delay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, but my response isn't coming back to you rapidly.
Okay. All right. We'll just work through it. Let me turn this down a little bit because your volume is a little high. All right, so let me see. January 23rd, 1951 on a Tuesday. So Mars is really one of your planetary energy that's going to be resonating strong with this particular energy. Let me make sure I got April 8th. Everything is good. So Taurus rising. This particular transit will be taking place in your 11th house. Your 11th house, once again, of friendship, of gains, of networks, of information, the things that you embark upon to your collective, your like-minded people, your friends, your circle of friends might change, your network, your colleagues. This will be focusing on that particular area. Something might be able to change or flip with that. Also, you have a lot of energy that's going on in this 11th house. So there's a lot of activity going on in this particular area of your life anyway. Let me see what else your Mars is doing. And this is about career as well. I'll be being mindful of the things that you. So when you have this eclipse happening in the house of gains, and the ruler or the planet that has the influence over that particular area in the house of career. So we'll be looking at whatever's going on in what you're doing for a living, how you're getting what you're doing for a living, and what you gain from that, what you invest in that. The things that you receive from that may change, or you might make a change in that. Okay. Also, so we want to look at your moon placements and your sun placements because what's in Leo. So Leo rules the family. We have the moon in the third house of family. No, the moon is in the third house of communication and siblings, but Leo rules the part of the chart that rules the family, the home life, and real estate, and things that your ancestors and things that you do in the home, nurturing children as well. So we're talking. I'm seeing a lot of energy in the third house of siblings, children, your emotion, how you deal with how you're communicating, your thought process, the psychological mind, because now you got Pluto in their transformation, change in their thoughts and how you feel and how you perceive things. This may start to get challenged or changed. The ninth house is where your sun is placed. Well, being a Aquarius, like we was talking about earlier, Aquarius focuses on a lot of knowledge and gaining information. Not only that, also supplying information and giving information, networking and connecting people with each other. So it's in the ninth house of travel or higher education. This may be affecting, you may start traveling, you may start taking trips, or you might have to deal with things. Ninth house also rules law. You have to deal with things that dealing with courts, court systems. Ninth house deals with your higher beliefs, your philosophical mind, things that you believe in. So these things, so now we have three things talking about minds, right? So we were talking about the moon and Pluto in the third house of the logical mind, your thought processes, and how you think of things
Right.
psychologically. Now we're talking about the sun in the house of in that house of philosophy and beliefs. So these things may start to change or flip for you, and how you're going to be expressing them. They'll be expressed by you probably changing your circle of friends, changing your collective, or getting rid of some people that you find yourself around, and probably making room to be around other people. Also, Aries in 11th house is about you really embarking upon your own journey of gathering in knowledge and wisdom in metaphysics and utilizing that information for yourself. It's really, it turns from you providing for the collective to the collective really giving you the information, right? It's about the self. It's about the person taking a stance in that arena of knowledge, of gains, of networking, of your circle of friends and things of that nature. So this is how this eclipse may bring change about that. It may flip that energy, right? Also on the third house, this is how you speak, things that you say. All right. Now when the moon is in the third house, this is the writer, right? This is someone who writes, someone who journals, so author of, so to speak. Do you do any of these things? Oh, we have a delay. Can you hear me?
I'm actually writing. It's more of a memoir about an incident that's going on with my grandson. My grandson was taken away from his father by his mother. We haven't seen him in like 12 years. He's getting ready to graduate high school, and information is coming back to us as to when it's happening, where it's happening. The mother doesn't know it's happening. He's an Aries. It's I always say it's weird. My son says it's divine. I mean, just information just flies to us. So I've been writing down stuff so he'll know why or what was going on, why he was left, why he was taken from us, rather.
That's interesting that you say that, because Leo rules children, all right? And the moon can bring changes and things. So whatever you're writing about, you say you're doing it in regards to your grandson. But the planet Pluto is in there that does bring. So Pluto is a very heavyweight kind of planet, right? It can bring destruction, annihilation, or it can bring total renewal, total replenishing, something that's totally changed. But there's something that needs to be I don't want to say destroy, but it has to be removed. But because what Pluto does is it's also the investigator, right? It's also going to dig deep and find out the truth of the matter. So when Pluto is involved in anything, because Pluto rules the psych mind, right? The psychological mind, or things that's hidden, or things that has been suppressed. So it will go dig deep and do the investigation to find all things that's hidden. So it's very interesting that you were saying that about your grandson, because Leo rules children. And with the moon being in there, when I was saying about the writer and things like that, so with all of the investigation and things that you're doing, you're seeing that being played out with your moon and Pluto. That's a natal thing that you have already. But what's triggering that is this what's going on with this solar eclipse in the 11th house, because it's making a trine to these aspects? Well, a trine basically means something harmonious or something that's easy, accessible, or something that comes or flows naturally or easily. And for your grandson being, you said it's your grandson, it's the Aries, well, the 11th house rules the grandparent, which would be you, right? So you are probably the one that may be the one to break through or initiate and bring that transformation that's taking place with your grandson. It could be possible that this can all turn out in your favor. Did I say something about courts? I said something about courts earlier with you, because your son is in the 9th house of the higher courts or the higher law. And you're an Aquarius, and Aquarius also talks about truth, right, and bringing liberation, truth and liberation. And at the same time, you got Pluto conjunct your sun. So there's definitely something of a transformation, breakthrough, or getting to the truth or to the bottom of things. But when it happens in the 9th house, this can be gone to like a higher court or something that you have to take to a higher court to receive whatever it is that you're trying to receive. And in this case, is whatever's going on with your grandson. And this is happening in the house of gains. So this probably most likely can turn out in your favor because the eclipse is reversing. You don't have it in your favor now, or something happened while it was taken. Well, now this may be reversed for you now. Things might change in that area of your life in regards to where these placements are taking place right now. Let me know if you heard that.
You spoke about Leo. His mother is a Leo.
Yeah.
I heard you.
Yes. Leo is where your moon is, and your Pluto is in the 3rd house, right? So it's not odd that the players in the positions where these planets are, these people are being manifested under that sign, right? There's no coincidence of that. So then when I say areas of life, and then there's just people that represent these areas, then you need to be looking at them.
Wow.
They're playing a role in this thing. So yeah, absolutely. These are the characters in this play. They're in the script.
Huh. Now his grandfather's been trying to help us. He's a Scorpio.
Scorpio is
wow.
Scorpio in the 6th house of health and wellness, but Scorpio energy is represented by the Pluto or by the Mars. Okay, so that energy or that planetary energy that influences those zodiac signs are represented by Pluto and Mars. And Pluto, now we see a theme. When we keep seeing recurring themes of Leo and the moon, right? 3rd house, siblings, Leo rules children. And then you said, well, she's the Leo and your grandson is the Aries. Well, then now we see what's happening in Aries is the change or the eclipse. Something will be eclipsed, right? Or in the situation. Well, how is that being played out? We want to look at where Mars is. Well, Mars is in the 10th house, something that's in the public eye. It's in Pisces, though. When Mars is in Pisces, it's a Mars is fire, Pisces is water. So it has to operate in the air in a way where it creates motion in the water. It has to move. It has to bring change because Pisces is mutable, is flexible, it's changeable anyway. So Mars will activate that change when Mars is in Pisces. So a lot of things is pulling in favor of change. As long as when you keep doing that research, you start doing the background research on the mother, especially, like for real. Because the Pluto that you have is in Leo, and she's the Leo, and you're the investigator, and you're the one that's writing these things down.
Wow.
And stuff is happening to bring forth the change or flip in Aries, which is in your 11th house. Is the game. Now I don't want to put all the responsibility on you, but you're activating it or you're initiating it will help or may help bring about the change or how this thing is manifested or plays out for you within the next 3, 6, 9, or 12 months. Hola? Can you hear me?
Do you see Capricorn in there anyway?
You got
The
Capricorn.
graduation for him is June the 6th, which happens to be the date that my dad passed.
So Capricorn, well, it's very interesting you say that. Capricorn, well, it's not necessarily the ruler, but Capricorn takes
And he was a Capricorn.
Capricorn takes a lot of the 8th house for you in inheritance, or the natural house of Scorpio, which can rule death or the dead. So, but then I would need to look at Saturn. Well, yeah, Saturn falls in the 5th house of children. So this theme is about children. I would think, I'm saying that however this is going to play out, it's going to be around your grandson. And whatever it is that you are initiating to do in regards to investigating and writing down, that's most likely is going to be used in for some sort of higher court or law. And most likely it will bring forth a gain for you, or maybe even the win, because if the 5th house normally rules gambling, the 11th house rules whether you win or you lose. Okay, so this is all pointing out to a change in those areas. And now that I know that you're the one writing and initiating, and the mother is the Leo, which is the sun, which is the moon in Leo, and all of these other aspects, and you keep adding in, it's all pointing to you, the gains that you're going to be receiving from this eclipse. So I will be looking at summertime, fall, winter time to see the progression on how all of this is going to play out. Let me know if you can hear me. This delay is painful. It's like it's getting longer and longer. I don't know if you're still there, darling, but what you can do, if you want more information, contact me at SHABLYSS1@gmail.com, because I don't know if you fell off because I don't hear you anymore. And we can continue to pick this up again. But I am going to move on to the next caller. I thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. And you could play back this live and you'll be able to hear the information again. All righty. I don't know what happened to her. She went blanky blank. All right. I'm going to bring on Shantel. We're going to bring on Shantel. You've been waiting, girl. You've been patiently waiting.
Yes. I told the ancestors whisper my name in her ear and let her know that I'm ready. And they did just that.
They did just that. They did. Whispered in my ear. They tapped me on my shoulder. They like, let's go ahead now. Let's get this girl in here. So, all right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get your birth information. We're going to pull up the screen. Are you familiar with astrology at all?
I am.
Awesome sauce. All right. Let me edit this. And what is your birthday?
August 20th, 1975. He want to speak. He like to speak to everybody.
Who's that?
Caris.
Hey, how you doing? What's good? I got one over here, right here, being just as nosy. He must have heard you coming because he sure walked over here.
This one walked over here too.
He walked over here. What time were you born?
2:06 a.m. I hope I got that right.
Nico, stop. What time were you? So what city is that you in now? Stop.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
All right, let's see what we got going on here. August 20, 1975, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. April 8th. Okay. So we got you coming in at 28 degree. Were you born far from Baton Rouge?
No, I was born in East Baton Rouge Parish, but I'm from Jackson, Louisiana, like 45 minutes.
Okay, so you still Gemini. Gemini rising with the
Yeah.
sun in Leo. All
Uh-huh.
right. And the moon in Aquarius. Okay, all these moon and Aquarius people.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm gonna be talking the same thing over and over again.
You
Okay.
hit that right.
So all of this is taking place in your 10th house of career, public arena, your recognition, your awards, your achievements, things that you're working towards on achieving. Your It also represents the government. It represents CEOs and presidents and things of that nature. So,
Mm-hmm.
with Aries on the cusp, just by you really taking control of your career, you taking control of your business, you making sure you are the one taking a stance in this thing. You're responsible for your name. You're responsible for your positions. Okay. Now with this no, and you got Jupiter in there, girl. You're supposed to have a
Yeah.
big old career. You're supposed to be large and in charge out here. You're supposed to
Yeah.
be enterprising.
Yeah.
Aries energy is enterprising. So if you haven't been tapping into any of that, this might bring opportunity for you to change that. Let's see your Cancer. Your Cancer in the second house of money, earn income. Leo rules the third house of negotiations, communicate. Oh, I'll definitely say negotiations with Mercury and Venus in the third house. That's contracts and negotiation. You need to be very mindful of that in the workplace or whatever it is that you sign. You born with a Mercury, no, you born with a Venus retrograde, and Neptune retrograde. Workplace, things that you do in the workplace, contracts or healthcare policies, things of that nature. You always want to be careful of those documents. Um, but back onto this thing here. This is why I'm saying that moon. We are moon at moon in Aquarius.
It's not showing.
Oh, it's not.
The
I'm
last
tired.
lady wasn't showing either. I don't know why she didn't say anything.
Well, damn.
You didn't
You know
hear
what?
actually, do you see? say, I say Miss Shay didn't catch that. SHA BLYSS.
Miss SHA BLYSS, this you the last one. For those of you on the line, I so apologize, but Miss Shantel is going to be the last call of the day. But I promise you, contact me at shabless1@gmail.com with your birth date. For those who are on the line, that is Talik. Who else is on this line? Talik, Tammy. I think I got Miss Careless.
Yeah,
Carlos.
you did.
That was it. That's it. Tammy and Talik, please contact me at shabless1@gmail.com with your birth date and your birth information. I put it in the chat and I will write you up a little something in regards to how this thing will go. And remember, y'all can always contact me at sacredtea.net. The link is right underneath my name. And use that discount code if you want to receive a little discount, 11% off of my consultations. All right. So I am available 3 days a week that I do readings on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So I open back up my schedule for the remainder of all April. After April, I'm probably going to close again for another couple of weeks. So if you wanted to get a consultation, now would be the time to definitely book in, especially if you want to know how this eclipse is affecting you. And the times that I give a 30-minute reading or a 60-minute or a 90-minute. So depending upon the session you choose will be how deep we go into the service, and I'll be able to answer all the questions that you may have in regards to what you're looking at, what you're dealing with, and also the months to come on how things may play out for you. So it's very, very, and also I focus on the North Node. This whole thing in regards to the solar eclipse is that it's a big hype going on with it, but it's very personal to everyone involved because it lays in your chart in a certain way and it's touching different things. And how those things are being touched is how they're being activated and how they'll play out in your life. Okay. So if you get a grip on these things, you get a hold on, you get a heads up on it, because it's not going to happen on the 8th, right? That
Right.
5-minute event, it's not going to happen. It may not happen that day. It may be triggered, right? But how it will continue to roll out, and the effects of it will you begin to see in 3 months, and you begin to see in 6 months, and you begin to see in 9 months, and then on the birth date of the 12 months, then everything should have come into fruition by then.
I'm ready. I did my chart to see where in the world I was supposed to be in order to be able to be financially stable, and it put me like out in the middle of the ocean.
What did you do? You did astrocartography, you did a location chart.
Yeah.
What planet put you in the middle of the ocean? What was it?
I think it was Neptune.
Well, that may not be so. If for you, if you wanted to, so remember, there's you talking about money and finances. You want to look at the chart ruler for your second house, the
Uh-huh.
5th house, the 8th house, and the 11th house, right? And since you're born at 28 degrees, it's always going to be the house after. So your second house ruler is Cancer.
Yeah.
You want to look at the position of where the moon is. That's earned income. That's money you work for, right? Um, or money you make work for you. That would be 5th house too. Now the 5th house for you, it would be Venus because it's ruled by Libra. So then you want to look for where Venus is that lays on astrocartography,
Oh,
right?
right.
Yeah, so that's how you want to do it. You want to look at it like that. Now, money that you get from other people or joint finances or joint resources, for you, you want to look at where Saturn is. Now, regardless of what it is, Saturn is going to make you work hard for it.
I know.
Well,
You have
that's
to
just
work hard for everything.
work hard for. Well,
I don't
that's
mind. I
when
don't
you.
mind.
But that's when you're talking about other you joining finances with other people. That might not be favorable for you to be doing joint ventures.
Yeah, I be trying to put everybody on. I need to stop that. I know it.
That could be the problem.
That is the problem.
She said that is the problem.
Yeah.
So you know.
And it's like I send them on their way and they just
Yeah.
float.
Oh man, definitely for you because your Saturn is in Cancer, right? Right here, 27-degree Cancer, but it's on the cusp of the second house. So there's going to be when it comes to money that you earn and the money that you earn with other joint finances or joint ventures, Saturn is going to limit that or restrict that because it's making squares to Jupiter and it's making squares to Uranus. So it may not turn out the way you wish or you plan. If anything, you need to be doing things with Mars, right? Because it's making a sextile with Mars, and Mars is the ruler of Aries, which is the ruler. That's where you get your gains because Mars rules, Aries rules your 11th house of gains, and it's ruled by Mars, and it's making an aspect to Saturn when it comes to things that you get or acquire from um, joint ventures or finances. So you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it in a way that is favorable to Mars and favorable. Saturn and Mars is favorable. So now, with that being said, this is going into the house of career. All of this stuff, this energy that's taking place with this eclipse is in the house of career. What you're doing to leave your mark, your name, what you're being recognized for.
We feel enterprise. So it is
Enterprise, honey, entrepreneurs, honey, all that.
Yeah.
All that now, especially now when Venus is in the mix. Venus just crossed over into Aries. When Venus gets in it, well, no, she didn't. I'm looking ahead. She ain't there yet because this is April 8th. When Venus crosses over and gets into Aries, she's going to change the vibration of what she is in Pisces. She's in Pisces now. In Pisces now, she's doing spiritual. She's thinking about music and love and fairy tales, and she's in there. But when she crosses over and get in that fire,
Oh my
she's ready to
goodness.
get to work. She's ready to put in the business. She's ready to get entrepreneur. She's ready to plant the seed. She's ready to network. She's ready to build relationships, right? She's ready to talk to people. She's going to be more assertive. She's going to have more energy. She may be a little bit more frisky. So she's gonna take on a fiery energy. And this is the energy that's in the house of Aries along with this eclipse. And remember also Mercury is retrograde. So going over paperwork, going over contracts, going over negotiations. Don't sign anything on the dotted line just yet. Just go ahead and review it, restore it. But at the end of the day, you're going to, because this is a 3, 6, 9, 12-month process.
Right. I
You don't have
followed
to
my first
shut the
mind.
door. Right. But it's to review and check it out and change some things, review some things, make some adjustments in this area. You might change careers. You may not even be doing what you're doing now.
Oh, I love trucks. I like income taxes.
You love trucks and income taxes, huh? Okay. That's an interesting mix. Well, income taxes, that would be the 8th house. That's the moon.
Yeah, I do that from January to April.
Okay.
I
Well,
drive a
see,
truck the
it's
rest of
very
the year.
interesting. It's very interesting. You said January to April because these are the points where you should be seeing what's being triggered
Uh-huh.
when it comes to what's happening with this eclipse.
Wow.
You got a grand trine in here anyway. You have a grand air trine. So you're smart too. You
Very.
got like that she shaved, don't shave her game. She said, man, when you know it, honey, shoot the thinking cap is always working active. All right.
Now
So
I
go
used
ahead.
to hide myself from people. I used to
Mhm.
not, just keep myself in myself, and
Yeah.
I stopped doing that. I know who I am, and I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. And
Okay.
and yes, I toots my own horn now.
You better. You know what you're doing too.
Uh-huh.
But your moon is in no, literally, your moon is in Aquarius. So Aquarius is the sign of knowing, of knowledge, to be in the know. And when
Mm-hmm.
you have the moon in there, moon rules psychic or intuition. So
Yeah.
your intuition is spot on, and
Oh,
it's flawless. It ain't even got no afflictions, really.
my intuition is so on point till it scares me. My dreams are so on point till they scare me.
Look here, you have what we call a kite in the sacred geometry. I'm gonna trace it out. You see my mouse,
Mm-hmm.
right? You have a kite,
Yeah.
sacred geometry. When you have a kite, that what you do with kites?
Flying. Soar like a bird. You fly kites.
Exactly. And you need to focus on the head of the kite, not necessarily the tail. And the head of your kite is Neptune and Sagittarius. That's a prophet. That's a
Yeah.
prophetess.
It's funny
Someone's a
you.
prophesy. Go ahead, I'm
It's
listening.
funny you said that because I always put myself at the tail and somebody else at the head,
That's a problem.
especially my children. Yeah. And I have two karmic children, and I need to stop doing that. Wow.
Well, you're really here to help transform fifth house energy children with your North Node. It's control, right? You got to be in control of what's going on because Scorpio is extremely controlling. But
Mm-hmm.
it has to transmute energy. The whole point of being a Scorpio is to change who you
Right.
are and change your surroundings. You're not supposed to stay stuck in the same thing, running around killing everybody. That's Scorpio, right? Stinging everybody. Either having sex or it's killing somebody. On the low end, right? It's like, that's not all to y'all, okay? Or you think about killing somebody. You think about revenge. You always go through little dark, like envious. You're really here to do a merger. Like you're merging. You're supposed to be joining forces with people. You're supposed to be being assistant, really. You're supposed to assist him because you're so knowledgeable and you're so full of wisdom and you have x-ray vision and you can see right through the bullshit of people that you can cut to the chase and help them heal from their trauma, assist them, show them the best ways that they can transmute themselves or transform themselves. Right? Instead of trying to control them and harness them and tie them up and lock them in the basement and mind, be all obsessive and possessive, all of these things. No, you're really supposed to be the opposite of that, right? You're supposed to change the energy. But in terms of you, though, with this kite that you need to be flying, with this intuition, all the spiritual energy, this traveling, this philosophical energy, this career. So that's what I'm saying. You got Jupiter. Someone you like income taxes. You might need to expand your thought. And when it comes to that, expand your career. Not saying you got to stop doing this and that, because the energy or the opportunity is going to present itself that may get you to think bigger or broader in this terms or in this sense. Yeah. Because you gotta fly. I don't know. You in the truck, I guess you driving.
Yeah. I'm OTR over the road.
You drive fast?
Not much.
Okay. Well, kites are elevate, right? They're in the sky. And this is you're dealing with air and fire. So it's movement, it's action oriented, it's elevation, it's using our ideas, thinking outside the box, being innovative, right? Communicating and building relationships with people, the right people, because you can work and merge with people. It's just that you probably been merging with the wrong people, like trying to get your children on board or your friends on board. That may not be behoove you very much. What you really need to do is working with someone who may have the inner workings or very knowledgeable in the field in what you're doing and knows how to execute or take your kite to the next level. Right?
Right.
These are the type of people you need to be surrounding or counseling or getting with. Those who can help you fly higher, not those you got to pick up off the ground to fly with you. Like, no, that's not.
I knew that. I knew it.
Of course, you know that with all this psychic energy you got going on with your smart self.
My mind tell me that every time it say you got to think big, B. I'm scared. No. But my mind do tell me every time you need to move away from certain people and get around certain people. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You need to expansion and look for the opportunities to come and don't fall back. What's your sign? You Aquarius?
I'm a Leo.
Not a Leo. Well, that's why you fixed and stubborn.
Yeah.
And it's in the second house. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have to watch your spending.
Oh my goodness.
As soon as you get it, it's gone.
It's gone.
I know. I feel Mars, Sun, Neptune. You got a T square. Okay, here, look.
It's gone. I had to suspend cash out. Everybody want a cash out. It's gone. As soon as I get it.
A part of your destiny is structure and discipline. That Saturn making the aspect to your North Node your purpose. Practice. Well, I thought that was my dog. I swear. I turned around. I was like, he knocked out. He done gave up on me.
I'm so weak in that area. I don't understand why I'm so weak in that area. And I know that I'm supposed to be stronger in that area than what I am.
You're not practicing. You're not putting things in order. Now, this is when you need to be finding that person that knows how to help you get structured or knows how to give you what they call it, money management. Right. All the things that you're weak in or you're not very good at exercising, those are the people you need to pull in your circle. Those are the people you need to be building and investing with.
Okay. All right.
All righteous.
I get that one. I thank you for that. I needed that.
Anytime, honey. Girl,
You
you done
too.
put the right jam. You done came at the right time with this old Barry White ecstasy. What year was you born? You don't know nothing about this. Huh? When I'm gonna find
75.
somebody around my age at
Look
least
at
one time on this reading. Everybody like, no. But it sounds good though. Oh, you 75. You know this.
my kid love me. She admire me.
This is my cut. I know my neighbors is like, look, I don't know what time it is where they at, but you need to turn that ish down. But no, but you know what, sis? You have a chart where, like I said, with the Aries energy, it's self-initiation. So if you now that you know all the things that I pointed out, you have to make the adjustments. You
Yeah.
have to make the change in order so that the expansion can come, or else it might turn out in the way that you may not like. You may be forced to make a change in something like, because with Scorpio energy, Scorpio will create a crisis that makes you have no choice.
Yeah, and the ancestors will too, because they keep telling me everything you said, you just confirmed what I already knew, and they keep telling me if they're trying to give me a chance. They keep from
Mm.
pushing me and making me uncomfortable to where I have to just get out there. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
All right, sis. Well, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and do that. I need you to contact me and let me know how that all worked out. And
I
if you do
sure
want to
will.
book a consultation with me, just contact me anytime at the link there and use one of those discount codes, save you a little bit of cash. I got three things, but honestly though, we have everything is about um will. And we have the power and the freedom of choice to make certain things happen. And sometimes by our lack of action, we cause delays, setbacks, and unnecessary hindrances in our lives. Because when we know, because we be saying, yeah, like what you said, something always told me, I know, I got to do it, this and that. Well, we don't do the shit. Then wonder why we swinging back and forth like the pendulum. Instead of being the pendulum, we just swing it back and forth. We've got to do better, people. We can because with this eclipse, I'm telling you, it's gonna bring a switch and it's gonna be a change. And you want to be able to get in front of it before it catches you, because folks gonna forget. I'm telling you, they're gonna forget this thing when the big hoopla is over with. Because the government is putting everybody in place for the hype so they can pull your freaking energy because they study astrology. They can pull your energy, then everybody's getting on who I'm going outside. They're selling y'all glasses so y'all can go out there. They're making everybody crazy so they can take their money out the bank and put it in here. So now they moving shit in the markets and they playing everybody left and right. And in 3 months, ain't nobody gonna remember none of this. And they've already made the alignment. And so they waiting to catch the bag in 3 months. And then they waiting to catch the bag number 2 in 6 months. Everybody done forgot about this thing. And in 9 months, they're looking to catch another one. And then the anniversary of the thing, we're going to be talking about something totally different. And they still reaping the rewards of the eclipse by whatever it is that they're putting in place starting that week or starting now. And they're telling you all the things that they're putting in place with the news and this and that and the other. It's the boat hit the thing and it knocked down the bridge. Well, they already planning in 3 months the effect that may have. Okay, they already doing this shit. Like everybody lining up to go watch this thing, and then they want to shoot rockets at the moon. What the fuck is y'all doing that for? Like, okay, so what will be the effect of that months later when you done put something up in the ions and disturb some things up there? Like, it's like they're already doing little things, but because what they really want to do is force a change on their behalf, so things will work in their behalf. But eclipses reverse things. So whatever it is that they think they're planning may backfire on them, especially if we are getting on our purpose and on our job. That's how some of these things can be balanced. Well, folks, sister, I really appreciate you for being hold on. Let me get this right quick. I really appreciate you joining me. Oh, hold up. I'm gonna rock that for sure. I really appreciate you being on the live with me. I really appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you so much. Y'all have been fantastic. I got the best crew subscribers on YouTube, man. I mean, everything is a vibe. Everything is powerful. And I thank you so much for joining me. Once again, if you do want to book with me your consultation, just hit me up at sacredtea.net. Make sure you put in the discount code to save you a couple dollars, okay? And I don't know what else to say. All of y'all been here. Y'all been rocking. Y'all been doing your thing. How y'all feeling? Like, put a 1 in the chat or put something. You know what to do. You know how we do it. We know how to do it the roll call. The Soul Tribe in the building. If you are part of the Soul Tribe, I need you to put them suns up. If you're a part of the Soul Tribe, I need you to go ahead, hit that keyboard, find that sun. I don't know if it's a 0 or O or 1 or I don't know, but on your phone, you know how to hit them emojis. Go ahead and put them suns up. Put them suns up. All right. If you organic to the land, you know you ain't come over here on no slave ship. You know that. You know you was already here. I need you to put them feathers up. I need you to put those feathers up, people. Come on now, put the feathers up, represent. You know you won with this planet. You know you won with this earth. I need you to put them globes up. And sisters, you know you awaken into your divine feminine energy. You need to go ahead and put them mermaids up. Now, somebody said, oh, the mermaids are demons. Well, put up somebody that got a crown. Put the woman with the crown up there. Put the crown up. Put the crown up. Is that a demon too? Put a queen up. Brothers, if you know you the sons of this earth, I need you to go ahead and put your crowns up too. Put your crowns up too. Put your crowns up too. Shout out to the sisters. I see you colors. Man, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. On that note, we're going to leave with a little bit of jamming. I'm going to take this mic off. And I want to say, shout out to the Soul Tribe. If you haven't become a Soul Tribe ambassador, you might want to go ahead and join. Hit me up on sacredtea.net. Yo, listen, they trying to get rid of TikTok, but they never get rid of Mama T. So what we're going to do, Mama T is about to embark upon making a podcast. You may not always see her. No, you always going to see her. They got artificial intelligence everywhere. You're always going to see her, but now you're going to be able to hear her. You'll be able to hear her podcast. You'll be able to stream on a lot of different podcast platforms. We'll be on Spotify, wherever they allow podcast streaming. So make sure you subscribe to me on YouTube so you can keep up, or subscribe to the link tree and keep up. Because on the podcast, this is when we're going to be bringing on other people, other guests in the community, like how Mama T does the duets. A lot of those people that I do duets with, we'll be bringing them on the podcast, all right? And stay tuned, y'all. I am about to drop my own sacred tea, all right? We got a detox tea coming out, and we got a wellness tea coming out. Shout out to Herbal Essence. I'm partnering up with a dope, fly sister, Virgo, Scorpio friend. We're putting together we already got the recipe. We got everything going. We just just stay tuned for that after this eclipse coming up for the new year. Mama T's dropping her own tea, sacred wellness tea, and the detox tea. And with that, we're gonna have a giveaway with that. For the first 100 orders that we get, you're gonna get a free mug, a sacred mug. We got the design out, everything is ready to go. So I appreciate y'all rocking with me, staying with me from the beginning. For those of you who was rocking with me, Mama T from the beginning, Mama T's gonna have a birthday coming up in July, and don't be surprised if Mama T gonna throw a birthday party. I think that might be a good idea. I think we should throw a birthday party for Mama T. A 1-year anniversary with Mama T. A lot of people thought Mama T was a fad. That she'll never last. It's a gimmick. Baby, Mama T is here to stay. They opened up the floodgates and that ancestor came through. She ain't going nowhere. Matter of fact, they're telling me how to continue to build upon the platform. And I'm just happy that I got my peoples rolling with me. Who would have known between TikTok and YouTube, I'm almost up to 500,000 subscribers. I got about 450,000 followers, and I give thanks and honor to that every day. And we're gonna build and build and build and build and build upon that. That's why we got the Soul Tribe. We got Sacred Tea. Look, not to mention the films and things that I'm trying to do. Mama T want to come out with some voiceovers, some motivational speakers, some motivational videos. We dropped one called Champion. That was just a taste of where Mama's going, where the Mama T brand is going. So, man, once again, thank y'all for hanging out with me. I appreciate Mama T ain't going nowhere, boo. We here to stay. Mama T, SHA BLYSS here to stay. So stay tuned and wait for the drop for the tea, the wellness tea, the detox tea. Shout out to Daquan, my sister Daquan with Herbal Essence. She got teas out now. Herbalessence.com. Go check her out. But Mama T is going to drop her wellness tea and her sacred tea, detox tea. This is my lane. I love health, wellness, and fitness. And we're just going to take it from there. We're going to keep this thing going. And may this eclipse reverse all things that's negative in your life. May this eclipse change things that you are not happy with. May this eclipse bring that transfer of wealth that you all been waiting for. Health, wellness, peace, happiness, joy, prosperity. May your ancestors come through in droves and awaken you and protect you and guide you and keep you strong and powerful as we all make this shift. And remember, whatever the powers that be think they doing, the God in you know what God's doing and know why God chose you to come through and manifest it into this life right here and right now. And it's to walk in your divine purpose to help tilt the scales of balance and bring forth light, love, prosperity, and happiness and peace back to this planet, especially to the divine feminine who has been oppressed and enslaved. It is your time to awaken, to arise, sisters, and take back your planet. And with that being said, I love y'all. Peace out. We're going to end the stream. Y'all just stay up, stay high vibration. All right. It's your girl, SHA BLYSS. I love y'all. Peace out.